Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings and all that. Appropriately spaced high fives and fist bumps. My name is Alan Cox. Welcome to all this. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys. That's what we have all week.
That's what we got all week. Mary Santora is out. Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Did you know that Mary was gone this week, Poundcake?
Yeah, I did. I didn't know.
I heard you in the hallway earlier.
No, I knew she was gone because I remember she was taking her road trip. I didn't know if that was like all week, but then I remembered Friday we all have off. So,
yes.
Which I laughed at Bill yesterday. I said, "Wait a minute. So you are gonna be off Friday, and Mary's gonna be off Friday. Why did Alan just like, oh nope, see, no show? Possibly we can't sustain that. Can't just be me and Alan."
What are you talking about?
Because you called off Friday. Because Bill and Mary are going to be out.
That's right.
Why?
Well, you and I will, because that's not the show. The show is not you and me talking for 4 hours. That's not the show.
I say, let's try it for 10 minutes. Ready, go.
If I'm down one person, that's one thing. I'm not doing 50% of a show. And I'm out next Friday, too. So you can stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Well, all right.
Because my older daughter is apparently on the homecoming court. So now I've got to go to that.
They call it HOCO now, though.
What's that?
It's not homecoming, they call it HOCO.
Well, based on the email that I got from the school, Bill, it's referred to as homecoming.
I'm telling you what the kids call it.
HOCO?
So yeah, they go HOCO. Because they do the HOCO proposals that all go viral. And I saw one where a girl gets asked by a guy that cheated on her, and she ripped his sign, and everybody went crazy, and it wasn't set up at all.
Well, let me ask you this. Is it called HOCO because when she ripped up the sign, that's all it said was HOCO?
I mean, it could.
So there's something wrong with homecoming?
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
I just want you to
HOCO, yeah.
I just want you to be aware of
down
the
with the kids.
vernacular that the kids are using. You
Not to
always
be-
like to use the slang that the kids are using.
Boy,
I don't want
I'll
you
tell
to
you
miss
what.
out on HOCO.
Thank you. That's why I am still on fleek, Bill.
Yeah.
Because I'm down with the kids and know what they're talking about.
It's
and
kinda cool.
Not to be confused with SoCo, which of course is short for Some Coming.
Oh, some
So,
coming.
yep, it's a delicious beverage.
I've had that experience in my life. I've had some cum.
SoCo, HOCO, whatever. Yeah, my older daughter is in the homecoming court
You have a popular daughter.
at her school. Well, it's 10 boys and 10 girls, but I mean, way more popular than I ever
I was going to say, it's a high school. How big is her high school? I imagine it's pretty large,
big,
right?
yeah. I think I have to confirm this, but I think that my middle brother, I have 2 younger brothers and a younger sister. I think that my middle brother was the only one of us that was ever on homecoming court. There was no way in it. I wasn't even remotely in the kind of orbit that would have put me in any kind of homecoming situation. Or HOCO, as the kids call it. You aware of that, Bill? The kids call it HOCO.
Oh, look, I learned something today.
Hey! And but I have to confirm with him, because I think my middle brother was pretty cool, and I don't think either of my other siblings cared. I certainly didn't care, but it would have blown me away. I don't even recall how that goes. Like the other...
you get nominated.
But the other students vote for you. Once you're on the thing, that's what it is, yeah?
No, you get nominated
by the student
students,
body, right?
And then once you're on court, you get nominated, you are voted on. Again.
Right, by the other students.
Yeah.
So they nominate you, and then it's a big popularity contest or whatever. Because I was trying to explain this to my younger daughter, and she asked if we could all vote for her sister. And I said, no.
You can do it like that mom.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Oh, right, the mom that...
they got a felony felony for packing the boxes.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand why that was a felony.
It's just fraud, I guess, because she hacked
fraud?
She hacked into a system. It's not like they did paper ballots. Like,
I mean, didn't MMS used to pack the ballot box for like the Rolling Stone Station of the Year 30 years ago or something?
That's probably why they changed the law.
Nobody got in trouble for that.
Of course, they did not do that.
No, I think it's part of public record. Yeah, I think it's part of public record. It's embedded in the lore of the radio station, along with the cutting the cables on the Howard Stern show.
See.
I had no, when I was in high school, no connection whatsoever to anything even remotely connected to HOCO. I feel real stupid calling it HOCO. Homecoming kind of year. I had nothing to do with that.
In my school, it wasn't a big, I mean, it's obviously a big deal to the people that get nominated, but my school was literally less than 400 students. So
you had a pretty good shot of getting on there.
You did, but like the people that got on there, it was the people that probably, I mean, you assume we're going to get on there because everybody knew them. They were the sports guys, or, you know, the sister of somebody popular, like someone who graduated was like, oh, well, this person went on to do great things. We'll put her on homecoming court. I'm like, all right.
My daughter was blown away because she's like, I'm not a jock. She's like, I'm a, you know, she's a singer.
But your daughter's
she's a performer.
pretty. And
yeah, she's gorgeous. But I mean, I don't know if that's what counts for, again, I have no clue. I have no experience whatsoever with that.
Do you tear up at like events like that? Like when you see your daughter in like a prom dress or a homecoming dress, like are you that dad that starts to cry or try to like hold it together?
Mm-mm.
No?
No. I'm not a crier. I'm very proud of her, very happy when those things happen. But no, I'm not no.
So were you caught by surprise when you moved your son in and you started to cry?
I didn't start to cry when I moved my son to college?
Yes, you said when you started moving him into his dorm, you said you started to tear up.
Well, I don't recall that.
Because I left a comment on the picture, and you took a picture next to your son, and I said, I bet $100 that Alan probably cried.
No, you said that. I did not say that I cried.
I think you roll back the tape.
Okay, well, if you want to find it. No, I'm just not a crier. I'm not a guy. That's not how my emotions manifest themselves.
I think you're playing it cool.
I have no reason to. If I were a crier, I would tell you. I don't have any, but trust me, cool is the last thing I am.
He's an emotional farter.
I say homecoming. I can't be cool.
So
you know, I say the whole word homecoming. The Hoco Fiho.
Hoco Fiho.
That's right. By the way, everybody give Cleveland Scene, give them some room, all right? I mean, every time Cleveland Scene tweets something about a band coming, they say Romo Fijo. And that is just a nod to us. We know that. But all these people blow them up on Twitter and go, that's Alan Cox's. It's like, it's not mine. I developed it, and yes, it's out into the universe.
Right,
anyone can use Romo.
We want everyone to use it.
Everyone can use Romo Fijo.
We know where it came from. We
right.
don't need the constant,
that's right.
That's their way of saying, hey, we like this.
That's right. And I like it. Thank you. Take and run with it. Mm-hmm. It's not mine. It's not my intellectual property. But people were unnecessarily somehow, I guess, coming to my defense or something because other people were responding to Cleveland Scene's tweet and ha, and that's hilarious. And then all these other people were, that's Alan's. It's not mine. It's for the world and the universe. Alan, my daughter was Hoco Court at Oberlin this year. There you go.
Wow, okay, good.
Mm-hmm. Congratulations. So, am I safe in assuming, Poundcake, that you were not on Hoco Court, there at Oberlin when you were there?
No, and I only went to one dance. As a freshman, I went as like a formality because I'm like, oh, I should probably do it. It's a rite of passage. And then I had to be made to go to my prom. Like my mom, she was like, you're going to go to prom. I'm like, I don't want to go to prom because I was bullied incessantly there. Like I was just, I didn't go to my home school purposely to avoid the kids there. Like I was like super bullied.
And didn't you end up taking your cousin or something?
Huh?
I thought you went
No, my brother's
okay, that's
future fiance or
yeah,
something.
my future sister-in-law. So a girl that my brother was dating, I took her sister.
Okay.
So I didn't take anybody from school, and that was for prom. But you know, I was bullied, and they would not want. Sorry, trigger warning. They didn't want a fag on homecoming court. They would not.
Jesus.
They would not vote for me.
Really?
Really.
I thought Oberlin was all progressive and
they
all
are, but
granola-y.
No, they are.
Just not that much. They just can't.
Well,
the progressive.
adults,
they just can't get to gay.
But the students
which
vote.
is like ground level progressive.
Kids will be kids regardless.
I'm black. and I'm gay.
Yeah, but I thought the kids were the first line of defense when it comes to being
But kids are still going to be kids.
I know kids are dicks, but I mean, gay isn't even like a big deal anymore.
But that wasn't anymore. That was then, and it was a big deal then. I wasn't out in high school, really. I just didn't.
Yeah, but that's only 10 years ago. That's not like 50 years ago. I'm just surprised to hear that, that's all. You'd think that they would have wanted a token gay kid on homecoming court.
No, but I'm sure there were, growing up now, like now that I see how everyone turned out to be.
Could it be that they just didn't like you and it didn't matter that you were gay?
I'm sure, but like I never came out and said that I was gay. I just didn't say, it was like, don't ask, don't tell. But they would tell me like, you're gay.
Well, yes,
like,
everyone knew. I mean, you know this. Everyone knew.
Yes, and the teachers were very polite. The school system was very nice, but there was just a group of kids. I would say probably about 30 kids, but in my school, that's a lot of kids. 30 kids that just would bully people. They would bully people, and me, I would avoid situations like that. I'm like, I don't even want to be nominated.
They found a weak spot and they poked it.
Yeah, even if I'm nominated, I'm not going because I don't want to be the person, because I would think it's a troll. I'm like, you're not really voting for me.
Understood. Alan, you said you cried in the car after dropping your son off at school. Boy, I do not remember that at all. I don't remember saying it, and I don't remember doing it. It's just not me.
Are you sure it wasn't he sat in the car and just listened to the radio while his son was at Cedar Point?
At Cedar Point, yeah. And that crying was probably just condensation on my face from the air conditioner running for 8 hours straight. Well, okay, whatever. I got to take a break here. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192 to do that. You can join us online at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
What are you doing here?
What's your excuse?
Back to the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to get to us live. 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to send a text for anything. And you can hit us up otherwise or watch live at alancoxshow.com. Thank you to Pablort Fantan Bananda. Fanta Bandanda for helping out today in the video department. Pablort. I've met Pablos before. Pablort Fanta Bandanda.
I think the B is silent.
Oh, it is. All of them or just the one? Palort Fanta Bandanda. So anyway, thanks. I appreciate it. What is that, Peruvian? That's that's lovely.
I'm not allowed to ask.
It's almost musical in its cadence.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all there for you as well. Cavaliers start tonight on WMMS.
Got a hoodie on, Cavs hoodie.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited.
NBA preseason ball starts tonight, 8 o'clock tip.
Let's go Cavs.
Here in MMS. They are in Chicago to play the Bulls. So 8 o'clock tip, and then 7:30. The 20th of this month is when the regular season begins. The Cavs' home opener is 2 days later. That's going to be the 22nd of this month, and they're going to play the Hornets of Charlotte.
And then the next night, it's the Hawks, and I think I might end up being at that game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Saturday night.
Yeah.
I want to go the Friday. I want to go the home opener, but I will be working, doing some comedy at a winery somewhere. I don't know
Oh,
what's at,
really?
so, yeah.
At a winery?
Yep.
You're being coy about it, or you don't
I
want to
just
say?
don't remember the name of the place.
God.
So it's
not
it's
the
like,
John Christ Winery, is it?
No, it's out in like south of Sandusky, so it's out a ways.
In wine country.
Yes.
I see. All right. Well, I know you've gone on those wine and painting dates in the past. Does that put you in kind of vintners' minds? Does that people who are in the wine business, winophiles, sommeliers, they go, Bill Squire.
I remember when you did that one time, and I was just impressed by it.
That's
so
all it
I
takes.
want you to come and do comedy.
That's all it takes. Most people do it 0 times.
Yeah.
So the fact that you did it 1.
Well, I did it once as a date, and then I did it another time just with some friends.
Mm-hmm.
And that time I drank whiskey, so it wasn't even. But it was still fun. It's a good time. I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So anyway, Cavaliers tonight, 8 o'clock on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball.
Who's coaching the Bulls now?
Oh, God, I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
Okay.
The Bulls coach, because they kicked their other... Billy Donovan.
Oh, that's right.
There you go.
That's the guy.
Yeah,
that'll be interesting to see how all those new pieces they brought in gel together to see if they're actually good this year.
Yeah, we'll see. They went through a couple of guys in about 5 or 6 years. So they had, after the Thibodeau era, they were kind of spinning their wheels. So we'll see what happens. The Jim Boylan, Fred Hoiberg era is over. Billy Donovan is the new
They signed Alex Caruso, who you might recognize from being with the Lakers.
Yeah.
He's got the real wispy hair on his almost bald head.
Uh-huh.
But he looks kind of geeky, but he's pretty good, and he'll make these plays where like he'll dunk on somebody or he'll get a block and people lose their minds. And one of the best things I've seen is like it's a picture of Jordan next to Alex Caruso being like, passing the torch kind of thing.
Yeah, sure.
I like when they do stuff like that with a guy who is a good player, but he's not the next Jordan.
Listen,
but,
I won't lie to you.
Yeah.
I'm more excited to see Lauri Markkanen with the Cavs.
I'm excited
We had him
about
for
that
a
too.
long time with the Bulls. They got him in the Jimmy Butler trade, and he was the guy that was making things happen for a minute there, and now he's here.
No, I'm very excited about our roster. I think we have a lot of talent.
Yeah,
And I think they could.
I think he'll be a real good fit
do
here.
some stuff.
Yeah,
real deep.
So 8 o'clock tonight. I know Poundcake's excited about it. He's got the Poundcake Sports Break tomorrow on the show, and then the Poundcake podcast. Although, am I correct in my understanding that the podcast schedule is changing?
Yes.
Okay. Is he aware of this?
I'm sorry. What?
We talked about this yesterday. We're changing the podcast schedule, so your podcast is going to start coming out on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Same day as the sports break.
Yeah.
You want to capitalize on having all of that energy on Wednesdays.
Exactly.
Because he's told us once Wednesday hits, he's spent.
Pretty much. That's why I wanted to move it forward.
Yeah. There you go.
Hump day's my favorite day, so might as well just, make it one big giant hump.
Sure. So what I've kind of been paying attention to the WNBA playoffs because I was the arena announcer for the Chicago Sky for 3 seasons, and they are 1 game away from the finals. They're playing Connecticut right now. And a lot of the people that I worked with there's not a lot of turnover in that organization. So like the guy that was my boss when I was there 11, 12 years ago is still there. And so I always keep my ear to the ground with what's going on in the Chicago Sky. You sent me this fight. This girl plays for the Atlanta team, right?
Yeah, for the Atlanta Dream.
The Atlanta Dream, who are not in the playoffs, I don't think.
Yeah, and this is from earlier in the summer, this fight. It just surfaced now because I guess the girl that was in the fight posted it on her YouTube and was doing a story time about it, talking about what happened, making jokes, trying to put some content out there. And then everybody's like, hey, this isn't a good look for the franchise for you to be.
But did she know who it was?
She's the player put it out.
Oh, the player. Really? Because her name's Chennedy Carter, and they've had problems with her on the team. Like she's fought teammates and stuff. So she likes to throw elbows.
Yeah.
She's at a food truck or something and gets in a fight with a bunch of other people, and it basically looks like Gulliver and the Lilliputians. Dude, she's 9 feet tall, so she's just swinging her arm. She's like, Solomon Grundy, Hulk smash, And there's like 6 girls trying to
kicks, like these kicks that are waist high for her, but she's so tall that it's just knocking people out.
Yeah, it's just a food truck in a parking lot, and there's people coming out and then trying to. I don't know what's going on, but she's got like windmill arms, and they're trying to pull all these other people off of her. And so she posted this, and people were like, "Hey, this is why you're not in the playoffs."
Right. If you want to see the video, I put it on my Twitter, and it's very. I mean, it's the weirdest body types you've ever seen in a brawl, where there's like really,
What's that
really.
supposed to mean?
Well, she's really tall. She's
so
an athlete.
tall, and then there's a few other really tall, lanky women fighting regular-sized men, and then there's this little, short, round woman that's also throwing hands. So it's just
big or small, you can still get your tracks pulled out.
It's a sight.
It's pretty wild.
For it to be WNBA players, and the one girl is in a pair of off-white Jordans that are worth like $1,500, and she's just creasing them all up, and that's no
WNBA
good.
stands for women with no bitch assness.
With no what?
Bitch assness.
Bitch assness?
We ain't no bitches. No bitch asses over here. We will throw hands.
No bitch assness.
All right, well, sure. Why not? Why not? But I do like the CBS affiliate in Atlanta, Channel 2, asking if they can use permission to use that video. Like news organizations have to tweet and go, "Hey, can we use this?"
Yeah,
and we'll give you credit. Obviously,
I don't know if that.
Huh?
Do they get paid for posting something like that?
I don't think so.
No.
They just go, "Hey, can we use this?" And you either say yay or nay. But that's the station that Sharon Reed used to be at. Remember Sharon Reed?
Yeah.
She was here for many years, got famous for getting naked. And then she bounced around. I don't even know if she's in TV anymore, but she left here to go to Atlanta, and then she was in St. Louis. I think she's off the air right now. But that's where she went. And that would be funny. You're like, this blew up on social media. I don't know. My team probably doesn't want this on the nightly local news, but there it is. But she has a habit of fighting like her own teammates. So, and again, I don't know who any of these other people are. I just know that there's about a dozen of them.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And she's fighting them off.
Yeah. And it's crazy, too, to do the story on YouTube and be like, hey, here's a little skirmish I was in. I have some jokes and laughs about it. And being like, oh, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. I'm a professional WNBA player. Maybe I shouldn't be glorifying this.
She's like, nah.
Because if any of us got into a fight like that, where we were in the middle, and just spinning arms like Isis and Wonder Woman, and people's bodies are just flying off. We
Bart
would,
and Lisa get in a fight.
Yes.
Just like, I'm just gonna kick air.
We would post that toot sweet with the quickness. We would post that.
I don't think I would.
Hey, check this out.
I don't know if we would, because I don't think that again, we work for a pretty big corporation.
That's not a good look for iHeart.
And that's not a good look for iHeart. If we were independent.
Agreed. I'm just saying.
Plus, I'd be pinching people.
we're not getting paid millions of dollars either. So I mean, it's a matter of.
Do you think a WNBA player is?
Well, with endorsements, they make a... Listen, when I was with the WNBA, these women had like day jobs. They were making like $26,000 a year because the NBA was still funding the WNBA. So we're talking 08, 09, 2010.
What's her name?
Chennedy Carter is this one.
Chennedy.
Yeah, with the Atlanta Dream.
Carter.
Now I think
they're...
they have endorsements and they've come a lot farther than they were 10, 15 years ago.
Okay, so she's making... it says her net worth's around $1 million. So I don't think she's making millions and millions.
No, she's not. But I'm just saying they make a lot more money than they used to.
Right.
I mean, the team used to pay them like $26,000 a year.
Yeah.
You know.
I think they upped their minimum salary to like $100,000 a year.
Yeah, something like that. So they can make some money now.
Yeah.
Because these girls back in the day would have to play all year long. They'd have to go.
Well, a lot of them still do. I mean, the
I'm going to go play for the Netherlands, or
who's the one that got mad at the coach because he called her big?
Oh, Liz Cambage.
Yeah. Because she was playing in there's a different. I can't remember. I don't pay enough attention to the WNBA. But there's another girl. She was playing in China or something, and then she came here, and she's one of the best players in the league. But
Joanna Mann.
She's got to jump around to make more money because there's a market for it overseas.
Yeah. No, Liz Cambage is the one that he called a big player. Yeah. She plays for Vegas. I follow her on Instagram. She's foxy.
Yeah. I can't remember the one.
She's tall,
like
so
Swift
I have a
or
weird.
Something. I think it's for the Sun.
Oh, I don't know.
Can you make love to a tall woman, Alan?
I have. I mean,
like how tall? I'm not talking about taller than you. Like I'm talking like 6'5".
6'3".
You need a stepping stool.
I did, boy. I climbed her and planted a flag on her head so nobody else would get any weird ideas.
I have a friend that's around that. She's probably 6'2", and we're just friends. But it's so different hanging out with a woman that tall.
That was the only thing that threw me off in college, and I had no problem dating somebody way out of my league because I knew that wasn't going to last very long. But dating somebody a lot taller it felt weird.
You don't like looking up into their eyes?
Looking up to kiss them.
Yeah.
I'm like, I got to tell you, it's throwing me off. It was emasculating. And I'm not the manliest guy in the world to begin with.
I think the tallest
I don't need you throwing me around. I remember going out with this girl she was in the Army. And she wasn't tall, but she wasn't tall.
Powerful.
Well, she was powerful. She was tall for a girl. She wasn't taller than me. We were probably about the same height. It's not like she was over 6 feet. And we'd been drinking, and we were in the parking lot, and she had to get something out of her car, or whatever it was. And we're just kind of, playing around with her. She picks me up and throws me on the hood of her car. I swear to God. And she wasn't mad or anything. Yeah. She's playing around. We were hammered, and she's playing around. She picks me up, throws me on the hood of her car. And there was a half a second where I was like, fully rotted up. But then I was like, oh, this is very strange. I'm staring up at the sky at 2 a.m. after I'm like,
baby, want a bottle?
But like, didn't you just dent the hood of your car?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah, it's fine.
He's like, I'll pound it out in the morning.
Yeah.
I built a new one. I'm a mechanic too.
I went out with a girl that was like 5'10", and that's the tallest that I've like hooked up with. But yeah, it's there's nothing wrong. I don't think it would bother me if a girl was taller than me.
Well, it did at the time. I'm sure that had more to do with my insecurities than anything else. But it did at the time. I had a hard time with that. Do you see the, speaking of, I guess not Georgia, but it's Louisiana. We have a bureau chief. I couldn't find the name, but we have one person in Shreveport, Louisiana. Shreveport's right there. It's about a half an hour from the Texas border. And there was I don't know if somebody won the Powerball. I think someone in California won the Powerball. But I think maybe as of this morning, they determined somebody won the Powerball. It was at $685 million. God damn. I don't even pay attention to the Powerball. Like, I'm not in, my radar is not tuned to like the lottery and stuff. But it's fun to see when they have to go to convenience stores and talk to people. And this girl's a real pro. This is KSLA television in Shreveport, Louisiana. I don't know who the reporter is, but they send her into one of these convenience stores asking people buying tickets what they're going to spend the money on if they win.
You bought your ticket. What are you going to do with that money if you win?
Well, I'm definitely going to get a new supercharged Mustang with dual exhaust and about 5 kilos of cocaine, and I'll be good to go.
Okay, so you like cars. You like cars. I don't like cars. I don't know what I would do with all of that money. I would have to sit on it, pray on it for a day, figure out what I want to do with it. But Doug, back to you.
I'd have to sit on it and pray on it. Boy, she's a pro. Oh, so you like cars?
You like cars?
Yeah, and cocaine. Right?
Cocaine, though.
Cocaine throws it back to the guy sitting at the table. Well, okay. Hopefully, a lot of people.
That's like the guy, I think it was in Vegas a few years ago when they were just asking people randomly, like, what would you do if you won? He's like, hookers and cocaine.
Yep. Yeah, because you have to think that if you're going to have if you're smart, you have a response prepared in case you walk into a convenience store and there's somebody from the local news that's there. Alan, do you guys want Ben Simmons? Please take him. That's from Joe in Philadelphia.
I don't think I do. I don't think I do.
I don't know about that.
I mean, he's not for the price that they're asking.
Yeah. Sorry, Kennedy. That's C-H. She spells her name C-H. It's not. She pronounced it Kennedy.
Okay.
It's not Kennedy. I'm sorry. That was my fault. Kennedy Carter.
Kennedy Carter's with a C-H, which is
Well, listen,
confusing.
I can be excused for not knowing that. But you know.
Man, that's a dick move to do to your kid. Because like, oh, it's cute. I like it. But then the rest of your life, your kid's got to go, it's Kennedy.
Yeah,
not
they go,
Kennedy.
is Kennedy here?
You're just making like, stop being clever with the names. Like, just spell them phonetically. Just go, it's Kennedy with a C or a K, preferably probably a K. Because if you spell it with a C, it's going to be like, what is it, Senedy?
Because you can't do everything you want with a name. There are limitations legally on what you can do with a name. Like, you can't name a kid. I still don't know how Elon Musk got away with naming this kid XYZER.
I thought that was a troll. I thought that was a joke.
It might have been, but who knows? Everything they do is a troll. That's why they're not interesting anymore. Like Grimes is walking around reading Karl Marx. It's not interesting because you know it's all made up, and it's but still. But I'm surprised that there haven't been like Gen Zers who name their kids who replace an A with an @ symbol. I wonder if you can do that. I don't think names can have symbols in them. Like you couldn't name your kid
like
Cody with an exclamation point. Yeah. But when you're in kindergarten and they're calling Kennedy every morning, you know. But along the way, you get to inform and educate someone one day at a time, every single time they call your name.
I wonder if there's anybody named Chastity.
What do you mean?
Like
Chastity Bono when he was a girl?
Oh,
Chaz Bono's birth name was Chastity. Yeah, Chastity is a very popular name.
Oh,
or
no,
was.
I didn't know that.
Well, what made you think of Chastity?
Like a chastity belt. Like I'm just like there was a parent that wanted to name their kid like you're about to be celibate.
Yeah, that's not an uncommon. Well, I shouldn't say it's not an uncommon name. There are people who have been named Chastity.
This is my beautiful daughter named Chlamydia. She's wonderful.
Well, that's a big jump.
Yeah,
it's a pretty big jump from chastity to chlamydia.
Yeah. Because on the surface, chlamydia, I'm like, oh wow, that's a pretty name. Not pretty side effects, but sounds like a pretty name.
Chlamydia sounds pretty. It's hard to separate what it is from the name, right? It'd be really hard to do that.
Because you think they're going to say Claudia. Like, no, it's not Claudia, it's chlamydia.
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 You sure you don't want to do a full show with him on Friday?
Yeah.
Just the two of you?
Chlamydia.
Just the two of us. We can get everybody to stop listening within 10 minutes. Just the two of us.
That's a scale.
That's right. Yeah, Chaz Bono was born Chastity. Chlamydia. Well, if you're going to name your kid after a venereal disease, that might be the loveliest one.
When did...
You're not going to name
syphilis is up there.
Syphilis?
When did chlamydia...
It sounds like if you're Greek, maybe, because somebody might mistake it for like a family name or something, but... you're not going to name your kid herpes.
No.
I guess they all sound like Greek gods. You could get somebody really stupid and convince them. No, herpes is the Greek god of speed.
But I'm saying there's probably like somebody back in the day. When did like chlamydia surface? Has it always been around, or did it come around like the 60s, 70s? Because there could be like some 40s babies, 50s babies that were like, yeah, I'm Chlamydia Johnson.
You mean when was chlamydia discovered?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
I don't know
probably
the history of chlamydia.
And even though I took that class in college, history of chlamydia, boy, I just didn't retain any of the information.
This is my daughter Wart.
But chlamydia is the most commonly transmitted STD in the United States. Most people don't know they have it because it has no symptoms.
Well, how do you?
I was like, then how do you know?
Because if you get a test, they'll go, you've got chlamydia.
But like, what are the symptoms of chlamydia?
Well, let's see. What are the symptoms of chlamydia?
I'm looking at someone's highways.
I don't know, papilloma. That might be a cute name for it.
Oh, come here, papilloma. It's one of the most common sexually transmitted diseases in the U.S., easily spread because it causes no symptoms. Well, it's different in men and women.
Okay.
You can get a little bit of a cloudy discharge if you're a guy. See, that's what I don't understand when they go, oh, people don't know because it has no symptoms. And then all the thing is like, oh, it burns and it itches and it hurts. It's like, I think that those...
Maybe it doesn't have symptoms for women, but for
It's got them for women.
Okay.
Painful periods and pain when you have sex. It's all the itching and the burning. I mean, that to me is... Maybe that's just a result and not a symptom. Anywho, you can also get it in other parts of your body. You can get it in your eyes and your throat. I've got throat chlamydia. Fortunately, we can do it where you want to do it because it's only in my throat.
I think you just say chlamydia. I don't think you have to specify like where.
I think you do.
I think throat chlamydia is on that Black Dahlia murder show, too. There's like 6 other bands.
I got nostril chlamydia.
Nostril chlamydia. Just get up there and get a swab and see if you get some discharge, a dishonorable discharge. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, if you want to tell me about your chlamydia symptoms, 35192. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio.
their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
We were talking about some of the biggest albums for the past 30 years all came out within a couple weeks of each other. They're celebrating the 30th anniversary of Nirvana's Nevermind. Pearl Jam 10 celebrated that anniversary a couple of months ago. And the Soundgarden album Bad Motor Finger, which was their third, if you got into Soundgarden early, 30th anniversary of that is Friday. This is Brandi Carlile, who a lot of people are familiar with. I thought she was a country artist, but I think maybe she's more like singer-songwritery or folky or something. But she has said that she wants to front a new iteration of Soundgarden. This is her singing with them a couple of months ago outside Seattle. The song Searching With My Good Eye Closed, which is from Bad Motor Finger. And I'm not super familiar with her. I've heard I know she's had a couple of big songs, and she wears like shiny suits and stuff, but she's got a good voice. But I was talking about Casey Musgraves yesterday because she did Saturday Night Live, and she's got a great voice, and she's just very easy on the eyes, too. Brandi Carlile's cute, too. But she has said that she wants to, that Chris Cornell was extraordinarily important to her as an artist, and so she has gone beyond just the point of saying, oh yeah, they're a great band. She wants very much to go out with Soundgarden. She just dropped a new album, but she said that she would absolutely make time to tour with Soundgarden in the absence of Chris Cornell. You know, Stone Temple Pilots reformed with Chester Bennington after Scott. Boy, you want to talk about a band that's got bad luck.
Right.
With frontmen, the DeLeo brothers. They can't keep them alive. And they got a new guy now, and I don't know if that's going to, how long that'll go. But I would like to see Brandi Carlile front and Soundgarden. Frankly, I'll see Soundgarden in any permutation they come. Because I only got to see them a couple of times with Chris Cornell.
Never got to.
You never saw Soundgarden, really?
I was hoping to see him that weekend.
Oh, right. They were going to do, he died the night before Rock on the Range.
Yeah, I was hoping to see him that weekend.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, she was on a stage with Pearl Jam. I don't know if she's from the Pacific Northwest or what, but she has said that if the guys in Soundgarden really wanted to do something, oh yeah, she's from the state of Washington, that she would love to do something with them. But she's somebody I feel like I should be paying more attention to. I kind of name-checked her yesterday, lumping her in with female country artists, and a lot of people were texting me going, no, she's been around for quite a while. And
more than that.
Yeah, more like a kind of folk kind of singer or whatever. Alan, F that, it's not Soundgarden without Chris Cornell. Well, we know that.
Yeah,
but I mean,
they said some iteration of Soundgarden.
Right, yeah, no, I understand. I mean, there's people that want nothing to do with a band and I fully understand that. Listen, the year that Soundgarden reunited and headlined Lollapalooza was 2010. And we went to Chicago to see them. And then... But I saw them in there. So the last time I saw them was 10 years ago. I saw them first time, first early 90s or whatever. But listen, if you can have somebody singing those songs, you still get to hear the songs. Like, I just like the songs.
Right.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, some people do, apparently.
It's also been a real bad week for Shakira, by the way. Everybody remember Shakira?
Yeah. Her hips tell all the truth.
Yeah, that's right. She had this huge song called Hips Don't Lie. And she got name-checked. Well, first, she got attacked by wild boars, which is tough. I didn't even know that...
What?
Yeah, Shakira got attacked by a couple of wild boars. She was walking in a park. Now, again...
I bet she wasn't a she-wolf.
Is that one of her songs?
Mm-hmm.
My wife has been to Barcelona. I've never been, so I don't know the the terrain there or whatever. But Shakira is walking in a park in Barcelona. This is not the Spanish countryside. She's in a major city. She's walking in a park in Barcelona with her son, who's 8. And a couple of wild boars attacked her and stole her bag and then took her bag into the woods. I don't know what it was, a diaper bag. Well, the kids ate it, so not a diaper bag. Some snacks. You think that's what it was?
Yeah.
She was talking about this on Instagram. Yeah. Shakira, I'm pretty sure, is one of these artists that, had a couple of hits here, but was huge everywhere else.
She is a megastar in Latin America.
Well, I mean, like the rest of the world, she's a big deal. Like Kylie Minogue is massive everywhere except in this country. I think Shakira is like that too. We think of her as being like a one-hit wonder, doing a couple of things with Pitbull. But she's a big, big deal everywhere else.
Shakira's not a one-hit wonder here. She has a pretty good career.
Well, she had Hips Don't Lie, and I mean, she's had a lot of collaborations, but has she had like hit songs of her own?
Yeah, I mean,
but they're just 20 years ago.
Okay.
I mean, she just did the Super Bowl.
Well, okay, but I mean, what have you done for me lately? She just did the Super Bowl?
She did the Super Bowl with Jennifer Lopez.
Okay, you're talking to me like that should be like spring right to my mind.
It was a pretty big show, and she's had like Underneath Your Clothes, whenever, like. She had hits.
Okay. I liked her.
They all, I think, are the same song to me.
Yes.
La Tortuga. Ooh, that was a good song.
La Tortuga. That's the turtle. The tortoise?
La Tortuga.
She had a song called The Tortoise?
No.
Like the one Bill saw on the median of the highway the other day? That turned out to be carpet?
No, she covers her body in oil and belly dances.
Pardon me. My favorite Shakira was when she did that Christmas album a few years ago.
Shakira.
Yeah, that's right.
I never heard that one.
I enjoyed that a great deal. So apparently the baby daddy is some big footballer in Spain.
He's so hot.
Gerard Piqué. Is that her husband or just the baby dad?
No, that's her husband.
And Shakira is the latest victim of increasingly aggressive hogs that have 30 to 50 feral hogs or whatever it is that have invaded.
And in Barcelona, you can't have the AR-15. You need to fend them off.
That's right. You can't. So she was, attacked by a couple of boars and nobody there to help her in the middle of this park in Barcelona.
She always have security.
Well, she's just walking with her son. You'd think you can walk around. What's security going to do against feral hogs, against wild boars?
They're your first line of defense. I bet if she had armed security with her at all times, then they could fire a shot and might scare them off. Better than walking by herself with her son.
Yeah.
And she'd still have her bag of snacks.
That's right.
But instead, those boars got off with her gushers.
That's why I'm saying it would be really scary.
Got a whole bag of goldfish crackers that these things are munching on now.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand like the mental state of someone who's like that famous, because she probably was covered up. But like when you are a megastar like that and you walk around just in a park by yourself with your son, I don't understand how you don't feel like you're a target on your back. Forget
Mick Jagger did it in Charlotte the other night.
This is not. She wasn't targeted by the wild boars.
No, I understand that.
It's not like the Spanish mob are out to get her. I mean,
it's not about mobs. It could be fans. It could be a rapist or something. You don't know.
But boars is what happened.
I get
so
it.
You also have to consider that Barcelona is a huge city. So it's kind of like New York, where if a celebrity's walking down the street, people don't pay attention to it. We've all, Bill and I have at least, you'll pass celebrities on the street in New York, nobody pays attention.
Yeah, I passed a bunch of people and nobody paid attention.
Right. Bill's walking on the street, nobody's craning their necks to see. He's like,
best local podcast in Cleveland, come on,
What the hell's going on here? Cleveland. They're like, Ohio or Texas? Ohio. Oh. I mean, you can walk past... Paul Simon will walk past you on the street. Nobody pays him no mind.
Well, I walked past Paul McCartney.
Paul McCartney.
He's just standing there.
Yep.
Talking to a friend.
I walked past Lou Reed walked past me. I walked past Paul Simon. I saw Letterman go into the Ed Sullivan Theater. Nobody's paying attention. Everybody's going about their day. So I assume it's a situation like that. If she were walking through Provo, Utah, there'd probably be a couple of people that might be interested in her. And quite frankly... Is everybody going to recognize Shakira?
Yes.
I mean, she might have some hits, but if you saw her on the street, would you know it was her?
Yes.
Walking with her son.
Yes.
You'd know it was Shakira.
Yes.
You're a bad person to ask because you've got that radar. I wouldn't.
For Shakira,
I got to tell you, if
does.
Shakira passed me with her kid, I wouldn't know who it was.
Right. Shakira, yes, but if it were anybody from the world of rock, I mean, Ozzy could walk past Poundcake and he'd be like, who's that old lady?
I have no clue. That's right.
All crumpled up, walking.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So it's. I guess it's whatever genre you're most right. What if you're the best punk band of all time, Panic at the Disco, walk past you?
You mean just Brendan Urie? Yes,
Sure.
I would recognize him.
Dealer's choice.
Yes. Because he is Panic at the Disco now. Yeah, no, I would recognize Brendan Urie. And I have been I've been like 10 feet away from him, and he completely ignored me.
Oh, good for you.
In 2016 alone, police in Spain received 1,200 phone calls about wild hogs attacking
They gotta figure out this
people
hog
and dogs.
situation.
Yeah, they really do. That's just, in Spain, that's just delicious jamon running around, boy. They got to get that situation under control. So it was a bad week for Shakira because not only did she get attacked by feral hogs, but then her name shows up in the Pandora Papers.
Ooh.
Which broke first, talking about world leaders, some of these people who run as men and women of the people, but they're also very, very wealthy. And so they have hundreds of millions of dollars in offshore tax shelters, and Washington Post and the Independent overseas did this massive expose on people around the world who were sheltering their money in tax dodges. And so it started with world leaders, started with King Abdullah of Jordan. Again, when it comes to world leaders, no one's shocked that these people are like saying one thing and then, hiding tens of millions of dollars, sometimes billions of dollars in offshore tax havens. The state of South Dakota got outed as being like the biggest player in the United States for sheltering your money.
Wait, so the state is...
South Dakota apparently has got something
money.
going on. Yeah, South Dakota is like the Cayman Islands right here on the continent.
Like, is it individuals there, or is it the actual South Dakota, like, state government or city?
Well, I don't think that the state legislatures, but whatever the laws are in South Dakota, it's made it extraordinarily easy for people to hide money there. And apparently people are doing that. So they move from world leaders as more people are digging into these Pandora Papers, and they're starting to pivot to celebrities. Now, again, all of them are kind of like, I didn't do anything wrong here.
You're allowed to do this. This is something,
these are the tax laws as they're written.
This is what, if you have an accountant or a money manager, they go, this is where you should keep your money. You're going to save a lot of tax dollars by doing this.
Yeah.
It's unfortunately set up this way for wealthy people.
It is. I mean, the people that pay the most taxes are people who don't make a lot of money because they just don't have deductions. And people who are extraordinarily wealthy have a ton of deductions. So they named Claudia Schiffer. Remember her?
Yeah.
Supermodel back in the day. She's engaged to David Copperfield for a long time.
Now she's just a super person.
Ringo Starr, Julio Iglesias, Elton John, and Shakira are all named in the Pandora Papers among celebrities.
And these are not all American people. This is something that people do from all over the world do.
Yeah, global tax shelters. Yeah. Complex offshore accounting and tax avoidance schemes, which again sounds nefarious. These people are avoiding paying taxes. Doesn't mean they're doing it illegally. I'm sure there's maybe some of it because you talk about shell companies. I would be lying if I said I understood a tenth of this. But most of it's legal. Because they release these papers and then they go, now we're going to find out if anybody broke the law. And I bet they come back with, not really. Because there's a billion loopholes if you have a lot of money to keep from paying taxes. And that's how you stay rich, is you don't pay your taxes. The Shakira, of course, denies all wrongdoing, saying she declared her companies in the Bahamas. And again, this is how you do it, too.
Yeah, you have companies in the Bahamas.
Yeah, they go, I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
I just have my companies in the British Virgin Islands for the specific reason of avoiding taxes. So it's this circuitous logic where you're like, yeah, they didn't do anything wrong. It's by the book, but this is why you set up your company in the British Virgin Islands or Panama or the Bahamas or, So these are the names that are getting. So it's been a weird week for Shakira. You didn't hear about her for 15 years, and then you hear about her twice in a week. See, the way they get these people, though, what they look into is whether or not they were living where they say they were living, because that's where they'll get some people on tax evasion. Tax avoidance is very much legal. Tax evasion, it's a semantic argument, but legally they're two different things, as I understand it. Is like, oh, well, she failed to pay the taxes she was supposed to pay because she said she lived here, but she wasn't living here. It's all really boring stuff, but I guess it makes for interesting headlines. Hey, Jim, what's going on?
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
I'm good, man.
Hey, just to let you know, Italy's having even a worse problem. Rome, the feral pigs are just running everywhere. If you YouTube it, you'll see they're wandering around the city streets, around people and stuff because the garbage is just piling up over there.
It's a real shame because Rome is like this world-class city, but boy, is it gross. Rome is just gross.
Really?
Oh,
I've never been to Europe.
Gross.
I want to go so bad.
Well, Europe is a big place, but I mean, Rome is just like, man.
Just because of the trash or just
everything. Like, it doesn't look like...
No, it's a trash. I guess their infrastructure's falling apart,
yeah.
supposedly.
Yeah, you think the infrastructure's bad here. Yeah. How about Europe, where the infrastructure has been in place for 500 years?
Wow.
Yeah, the vomitoriums are crumbling. Hey, thanks, Jim.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Hey, Poundcake.
Yes.
How do you spell feral hogs? How do you spell feral?
Farrel. Is it P or is it Farrol?
You tell me.
Like Pharrell Williams.
You tell me.
Well, I spelled it on there how I thought it was spelled.
It makes me happy when he misspells words. Uh-huh. I mean, Bill knows how to spell it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want me to spell it?
Yeah, Bill, how do you spell feral hog?
F-E-R-A-L. And then
go.
hogs, I'm going to let you do on your own.
H-A-U with an umlaut, G-H-Z. Is that correct? Hog. Yeah. He spelled it F-A-R-R-A-L, like Scott Farrell. Hey, there's hogs running all over this place. Is that guy still around? Scott Farrell?
I'm sure he's doing something.
Oh, Poundcake. You're adorable. How do you spell feral?
F-A-U-R-E-L.
I just said it. F-A-U-E-R-A-L?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? All right. I'll give you an easy one. How do you spell Pablort Fanta Bandanda?
F-A-B.
That's who's helping us.
L-O-R-T. What was the other part?
Fanta Bandanda.
F-A-N-T-B-A-N-D-A-N-T-A.
He nailed it. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Sure, everybody can nail Pablort Fanta Bandanda. Feral's tough, though. Okay, I got to take a break. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192. I'll have Volbeat and Ghost tickets for you in a little bit. You'll have to go to Columbus. But if you like either of those bands, you're happy to make that trip. They're going to do a show in February at the Nationwide Arena, so that's going to be coming in a little bit.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere.
WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. If you don't, the number is 800-348-1007. 35192 to text. AlanCoxShow.com for the other stuff. You can email us there, hit us up. All of our digits and contact info are there as well. Cavaliers basketball returns to the Buzzard tonight, 8 o'clock. It's preseason. All starts tonight. They're in Chicago to play the Bulls. Here on WMMS. You'll hear all of it here. You mentioned you're going to be going when the Celtics are in town.
Yeah, Celtics, and maybe when the Hawks are in town, that second game. But yeah, I'll go see them with my buddy Mark. We're going to watch some basketball together. It's going to be a nice mandate. I hear about those a lot these days.
I was going to say mandates get a bad rap, but that's the kind that we can all get behind.
Right. Some buddies going out watching grown men play a children's game.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be good.
I'll tell you another reason I hate masks. Most child molesters love them.
That's right. Speaking of the Boston Celtics, boy, it's an embarrassment of riches. This story from Boston about a woman who called, you're going to just love all of the accents.
Oh, I can't wait.
This woman from Massachusetts called the cops because her 17-year-old son came home with a haircut that she didn't like. Bonehead's Barbershop is run by a guy named Robbie Rocco, and he's explaining his side of the story here. A little bit of the interaction with the mom. The kid comes in, wants a really short haircut, and the mom is pissed off. Calls 911 on, again, people got to figure out 911. It's not for you undercooked hamburgers. It's not for your son's stupid, your 17-year-old son, not like the kid's 12. Guy said that the kid even tipped him $5. So maybe the kid had it out for his mom or something. Maybe they were trying to, I don't know. Mom calls 911 after her son comes home.
I go, what do you want on top? He's like, a number 2. I literally stop and I'm like, bro, a number 2's real short. He's like, yeah, that's fine. 20 minutes later, his mom comes busting in the door. Look at this lady wasting my day. Wait for a bad haircut. For a bad haircut that I gave her son that he asked for.
Yeah, bro. It's really short.
Martin Luther King Jr.
What's the name of the barbershop?
It's Bonehead's Barbershop in Boston, Massachusetts. Robbie Rocco there talking to the mom.
And this isn't even, like, I want to defend the guy. Like, it's not a bad haircut. It's the haircut that the kid wanted.
That's what he wanted. So he's 17 years old.
He gave him the haircut he wanted. Does it look good? That's the opinion of the people. But he did a good job on the haircut that the guy wanted. It just happened to not look good on the kid.
I have an emergency, please, said the mom to the 911 operator, accusing Robbie Rocco of calling her the C word and threatening to kill her. He screwed up my son's hair. My son's supposed to have senior pictures tomorrow, and he shaved off his whole head. Oh, well, then maybe that's why she's upset, because he shaved off his whole head. That's a really bad haircut.
But that's a number 2. When you say, I want the number 2 guard, that's a shaved head.
No. She shaved off his whole head. Not his hair.
Oh, his
shaved
head.
off
Okay,
his whole head.
Yeah, that's going to look bad in pictures.
That's not going to look good at all.
But you know what you can do to save it? It's Halloween time. You just put a pumpkin under his arm and then be like, oh, it's a Halloween
Ichabod
costume.
Crane vibes.
Headless Horseman.
Yeah. Was Ichabod Crane the Headless Horseman?
No, he was tormented by the Headless Horseman.
Okay, that's like a Frankenstein and Frankenstein's monster situation, isn't it? Ichabod Crane himself, not the Headless Horseman. He was Johnny Depp. My son's supposed to have senior pictures, and this guy shaved off his whole head. The kid is a senior in high school.
Do we get to see the haircut?
Asked for a really short. I don't see a photo of the haircut. Don't see that.
I mean, that's what you should do, is leave it up to us to decide.
Yeah, Robbie Rocco said that the kid tipped him. They refer to him as the child. He's 17 years old. He's not 10. Tipped him $5 after it was over. 20 minutes later, the mom comes in the shop saying, it's way too short. Screaming. She wouldn't even let me speak.
I go, what do you want on top? He's like, a number 2. I literally stopped.
This is like the guy that does those Sam Adams commercials.
Yeah.
You know he's putting on a Boston accent. But
And I'm like, bro, a number 2's real short. He's like, yeah, that's fine. 20 minutes later, his mom comes busting in the door. Look at this lady wasting my day. Wait for a bad haircut. For a bad haircut that I gave her son that he asked for.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you what.
Haircut.
I love New York versus Boston baseball because nobody holds back. The cover of the New York Post, because the AL wildcard game is Yankees-Red Sox.
Yeah.
And so the cover of the New York Post is a blonde in a T-shirt holding up the peace sign. It says, Boston sucks. They don't give a fudge there in New York City. Wild card face-off tonight. One game.
Is that in
last
Boston?
night?
Or is
that was last night. Who won?
No, I thought it was tonight.
This says October 4th, which was yesterday. And it says
that might have been the paper, but I think
Well,
the
okay.
games start tonight.
Tonight, okay.
Because the season just ended on Sunday, and they usually give at least a day in
Oh,
between.
yeah, Tuesday. I'm sorry.
Tuesday,
There it is.
October
Yep.
5th, yeah.
Yep.
8 p.m. at Boston.
Whichever team wins will take on Tampa Bay in the division series. So, yeah, Boston sucks all over the New York Post. Incapable of making a good pizza. I mean, some might argue that so's New York, but that's an acquired taste. You know, I don't need a pizza the size of a yoga mat, guys. They use
You don't want a wagon wheel?
They use the word wicked to describe everything other than witches. That's pretty weak. The accent, the people with the accent. Bill de Blasio roots for you. Oh, the mayor of New York roots for the Red Sox? Oh, boy.
Wait, what?
It says that...
Is he a Boston guy?
It says that he roots for the Red Sox. How'd he get elected? Jesus.
Yeah, right.
Bill de Blasio is from Manhattan.
Maybe that's just a way of throwing shade. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. But I just like on the cover of the... it'd be like if, on the cover of the Plain Dealer just said, Pittsburgh blows. Right?
Yeah, I could see them doing that.
Could they?
Yeah.
You think they would do? I mean, New York Post is like super tabloidy too, so it's not the Gray Lady. It's not the paper of note. So that's kind of their vibe. But Yankees ready to crush rivals again. 8:00 tonight. People are too embarrassed to say I went to Harvard. They say I went to school in Boston.
Yeah, because those people that went to Harvard are real shy about it.
They sure are.
They never talk about where they went to school.
They don't have license plate frames. Who wrote this, by the way?
What a dummy. Yeah, those really humble Harvard people that are like, I don't think you need to know where I went to school. I just went to school in Boston.
In
Don't worry
Cambridge
about
is
it.
where I
Yeah.
went. Oh, I see. Okay. Right. There's no sweatshirts. There's no license plate frames. There's no stickers. There's never any mention of it.
Yeah, a person that went to Harvard will find any way to shoehorn that into a conversation. Be like, oh, my mom's sick in the hospital. Well, that reminds me of when I was in college in Harvard.
There's a girl that came in.
Yeah.
Where did you go to school? I don't like to talk about it. Anyway, when I was the editor of the Lampoon, people came in all the time. Mark effing Wahlberg. I guess they don't. John effing Kerry. Tom effing Brady. Okay. New York is Gotham, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. Boston is Beantown. Having a happy hour in a bar or restaurant is illegal. I will say that. The handful of times I've been in Boston, because
the drinking laws are stupid.
Oh, my God. Any state, I live in Pennsylvania for a long time. Any state that's a Commonwealth. Same with Boston. My first time there, I was doing a week of shows 20 years ago. And I'm in this bar. And the guy goes, last call. And it was like 11:20. And some girl had been chatting me up, but kind of super passive-aggressive, because I told her I was in from Pittsburgh, and she was, oh, Pittsburgh. So I look at her, I go, did he just say last call? And she's like, yeah, like it was no big thing. I go, I thought you guys partied all night. I thought this was like Party Town, USA, which I didn't know. I just assumed, because it's a big city. But yeah, they got weird laws. I didn't know happy hours were illegal, but
I didn't know happy hours were illegal, but the bar's closing at midnight. I don't hate that.
Me either. I assume there's a lot
20 years ago, I didn't like. Now I'd be like, yeah, okay, it's probably, it's time to get out of here anyway.
But I assume it's just like LA, where everyone just goes to an after party. Like you go to a residence.
Maybe you do, but that's still that's You never follow a hippie to a second location. Like I want to.
Hippies in Boston?
Yeah, there are plenty of hippies in Boston.
I don't understand the cities like Chicago that drink till, they don't close till 4 a.m.
The best.
I can't.
I miss those.
Who can
They
do
saved
that?
my life.
Why?
Because I was living with somebody and things weren't good, and I could walk 2 blocks away, and there was a 5 a.m. bar, and I could.
Goodness.
Because she wanted to fight at 1 a.m. I'm like, I got to be on the air at 5:30, so I could walk down to Betty's Blue Star, R.I.P., and I could sit there at the bar.
I was not
until
ready.
4:30 in the morning on a Tuesday.
All my friends roasted me because they said I was a lightweight, and they were right. I was not prepared.
you still got to time it out.
I didn't know.
You got to pace yourself.
I didn't know. I was ignorant because I'm like, okay, I've been an Ohio boy my entire life. I was ignorant to the laws in Chicago. And then on top of that, you get an hour back. So really, you're partying until 5 a.m. The bars don't close till 4. And they were like, let's close the bar. I'm like, I'm not closing this bar. It already took us like $30 to get in here.
Well, but you also have to find those bars. That's not every bar. They have to pay, pay like for that permit.
Well, we were in Boys Town.
Right, but still, not every bar is open till 5 a.m. on a Friday or Saturday. Well, some bars have normal like 2 a.m. last call.
Yeah, this one was
So
4.
they picked one and they didn't tell you about it.
Well, I didn't even...
Because that's not standard.
They tried to get me at my heart because they know how cheap I am. They're like, listen, we finessed our way in here. We didn't pay the cover charge. We need to stay. We need to close the bar. This is your first time.
Money's worth, yeah.
And I'm like, you got me. But then the drinks were, I forget the cover charge. The drinks themselves were like $15 for a shot. I'm like, oh, God, I can't do this. So I was like, I just got stoned back at the hotel, and I was walking home crying into my phone.
Crying into your phone. Didn't that cause some damage to it? Did you have to put it in rice after?
No, I was on Grindr, and then I was mad that my friends didn't want to come home with me. They were like, you're being lame. We want to stay. I'm like, guys, I don't think I have it in me. It's already 3 a.m. Like, I want to go home.
That was the problem. He didn't have it in him, and it was 3:30 in the morning. Yeah. He thought that things would go better that evening.
And then
See, that's the thing about me. Like, if they want to stay out, that's fine. I will gladly. Like, I have no FOMO whatsoever. It could be the most amazing night. When I'm ready to leave, I am out.
Yes, but it was.
Tell me the story. I don't care. I'm not going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe I missed them. Be like, oh, good for you guys. I got more sleep than, and that's
in
what I
normal
wanted.
situations. You a bitch.
I like how that's the brag too. I got more sleep than you guys.
It's
like
not even
that.
a brag. It's just how I feel about the situation.
I put myself into a coma before you did.
I don't care. I don't. Whatever happens, it happens. But I just want to. When I'm done, I know I'm done.
I know, but in normal situations, that's how I would be. But this was a vacation. It was my first time to Chicago, and they were like, you're not living it to the fullest. I'm like, guys, we drank from the moment we got into the hotel at 3 a.m. that day. We did not stop drinking
That's why you just water back all day and don't tell anybody.
No, we didn't. We were going...
But if you're going to be doing it the whole time, it can be done.
We weren't prepared.
You know you can do it.
Walk around Millennium Park underneath the bean, high and drunk, and they're like, now let's walk this
Well, that's
strip.
your first mistake.
Yeah.
Who's going over to the bean?
Well, I'd never been to Chicago before.
I understand.
Go to the bean, man.
I know. He wanted to do some
It's a big
touristy
silver
stuff.
bean. Who doesn't want to see a big silver bean? It's amazing.
He went over to flick the bean.
And you know, I was...
He didn't know what he was doing, yeah.
I was really surprised. We had a hard time finding a place to eat. Like, it was real weird. Because you would think a place like Chicago, it was so lively, and you're like, you have your pick of the lot. We really didn't. A lot of places, we were there like around Christmas time, because it was after the very coxy Christmas that we drove out there. A lot of restaurants were closed, like just for the season. I'm like, what? What do you mean you closed? So it was.
What restaurants were closed for the season?
I don't remember the name of them, but we went to like
in Boys Town.
No, this was downtown Chicago. It was like a dozen restaurants we went to. I was like, oh, maybe they take reservations only. No, they were closed for the season. They opened back up like January, like after the Christmas season is over. It was real weird.
Allen, bars in Louisville close at 4 a.m., then open back at 6 a.m., giving you enough time for a burrito and a nap. Yeah. I saw a college frat banner that said Auburn pre-games to Dan and Shay. Funniest goddamn troll I've ever heard. Hey, my dad went to Auburn, and I don't know who Dan and Shay are.
Country singers.
So that's completely lost on me. Go Tigers.
One guy has really good hair.
Alan, we passed through Joliet, Illinois 2 weeks ago, and last call there was 9 o'clock. Yeah, that's because there's a prison there. They don't want anybody out past you. Like everybody in your house.
I've been to Joliet.
The Joylet?
Is that what they call it?
Sure.
I was there.
The maximum security prison out there.
I was there celebrating. I drove Erica out there.
Nobody's celebrating in Joliet.
Yeah, that's where our hotel was.
Oh. Why the hell you stay out there? She's from the far south side.
Her cousin, I drove her out to her cousin's wedding like a couple years ago. And this is when she was having her health problems. So I drove her out there, and our hotel was in Joliet. I don't know if the actual wedding was in Joliet, but we stayed at like some big casino out there.
Oh, yeah, I guess that wouldn't be far from where she is, right? She's from like, oh, God, where's she from?
I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. Joliet wouldn't be that far from where her parents live. Yeah, so New York Post, because the Yankees are playing one game against the Red Sox tonight. So who do you go for in that one? I know you don't have a dog in that fight. Do you care?
I kind of hate them both a lot, so... I don't know. I think for now, because I think I'd rather see the Yankees go farther and then fail.
Yeah.
And that's more enjoyable for me.
Okay.
So if they beat the Red Sox, they get to even the World Series and then lose the World Series, that's ideal for my, like that would be nice because then they lost in the World Series where they're so close.
So close.
And then
yeah, well, one game.
But also Kluber's on the Yankees now, so I like him a lot.
Yeah. So
if he
Trevor
gets
Bauer?
one, I'll be happy.
The Trevor Bauer thing with the Dodgers, is that just kind of, are they hoping that quiets down, or is he kind of on his way out the door?
I don't know I haven't heard anything on that.
Yeah. Well, my White Sox start up against those cheating Astros Thursday night. So I'll be paying
the
attention
original
to that.
cheaters versus the more recent cheaters.
That's right. We laid it down first.
Mm-hmm.
The Black Sox. How do you like them apples? We won a World Series before the Cubs. We cheated before everybody else. Back when...
we got caught cheating before everybody else.
We got caught cheating before everybody else. That's right. Read 'em and weep, Houston. So yeah, the Boston sucks thing I thought was very funny.
And I think they really were a little weak on it, though. And there's plenty of things that suck about Boston, and they went pretty light.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't make a good pizza. I'm pretty sure they
We
got
don't like
Domino's. They'll be fine.
They think Dunkin' Donuts is fine dining. No, they don't.
They just like it.
They like Dunkin'
And
Donuts.
you know where?
Because Dunkin' Donuts is delicious. That's why.
And you know where else there's a bunch of Dunkin' Donuts? New York City.
Everywhere else,
Yes.
there's a bunch of Dunkin' Donuts. Except Detroit. It's all Tim's up there.
And Bixby.
Yeah. They once spent $22 billion to dig a hole in the ground. Yeah, that's no joke.
Yeah, that's right.
But still, dueling is still legal in Massachusetts. How is that a bad thing, by the way?
Like, you can go and shoot somebody?
It's still on the books in the Commonwealth as long as it's on a Sunday and the governor is present.
Oh, you gotta get the governor there.
You can have a duel.
I'm going to shoot you so much once this governor gets here.
That's right. Once Charlie Baker shows up, it's pistols at 20 paces at dawn on a Sunday.
Do you have to use old-timey pistols?
Boy, I sure hope so.
Yeah.
The kind that might jam up and kill you? Maybe.
Your own worst enemy.
Boston gave us the worst Batman. Ouch. See,
What?
I don't know about that.
No,
Ben
Ben's
Affleck.
good. He's a
I
good
like
Batman.
Ben Affleck.
He's a great Batman.
I like Batfleck.
The movies aren't great, but that's not on him. He plays the role well.
Mm-hmm. Rap from New York, Jay-Z, Nas, Wu-Tang. Boston, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
George Clooney had to be the... I mean, again, and that wasn't his fault. He just was in a crappy movie, but he's definitely the worst Batman.
Clooney.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe so. He didn't do much with it.
Exactly.
You know, every guy who plays that role will say the suit does all the work. That Val Kilmer documentary.
And his suit had nipples.
Yeah.
So
but that Val
I'm going
Kilmer
to put him last.
That Kilmer documentary, he really lamented the fact that he took that role. And, you know, Val Kilmer, he's an actor. He's an actor. And he's like, you couldn't do anything in the suit. You couldn't emote. You couldn't hear. You couldn't hear. You couldn't act. You couldn't turn your head. You had to move your whole body if you wanted to turn your head. That's changed since then, but listen, I'll tell you what. I'll give you the unpopular opinion. The worst Batman? Adam West. How do you like that?
Ooh.
How do you like them apples? Gauntlet dropped. You want to duel me on a Sunday morning? Adam West. And I know it's not serious and it was campy and all that. I get it. But Adam West was publicly angry when they didn't ask him to be Batman in 1989.
How old was he at that point? Like 55, 60 years old?
Yeah.
Like,
they're not shooting year one. They're doing their own thing for now. I guess Affleck let it slip that he's going to be playing Batman again in one of those Flash movies. But I thought everybody knew that all the Batmen are coming back, right?
Yeah,
Except
I think
Clooney, Keaton, and Affleck.
The article I saw is that he actually had a really good time filming this Flash movie, and maybe he wasn't supposed to say that, but it was pretty well known that he was going to be in it.
Yeah. Okay, I got to take a break. I'm going to have those Volbeat and Ghost tickets for you shortly. They're going to play the Nationwide Arena in Columbus. You have to get down there for it, but it's coming up in February. Tool tickets later on, too. They're playing March here at the Romo Fijo. 35192. You want to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. sausage party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Who do you think this is, Poundcake?
Not Leonard Skinner.
Nope. We talked about him yesterday.
The one guy that looks good. Danny Hagar. Sammy Hagar. Sammy Hagar. Shut up. Sammy Hagar. Right?
Danny Hagar.
Danny Hagar.
Is that Sammy Hagar?
Who's the guy that Danny Hagar replaced? He just announced his retirement.
It's on the tip.
I did a whole segment on him yesterday.
If you get this, I'll give you $100.
Shut up, Bill. Okay.
10, 9, 8, 7.
He has
6, 5.
He has white hair now. He's
3, 2, 1.
No.
David Lee Roth.
Damn it!
Is singing for Van Halen here. Tomorrow is 1 year since Eddie Van Halen died. And today was the 6th anniversary of the last show they ever played. Wolfgang Van Halen, if you follow him, has been posting some things. It was the last time he played with his dad. They did a show at the Hollywood Bowl in L.A. October 5, 2015. And then 1 year ago, tomorrow, is when Eddie Van Halen died. And I don't think it's conspiratorial to think that that's probably why David Lee Roth announced his retirement. He's going to do a handful of shows after the first of the year in Las Vegas, and then he's hanging up his shoes, according to him. Eddie Van Halen died at 65. Of course, his body was cremated 22 days after he died, and they scattered the ashes in the Pacific Ocean. Very Steve Buscemi in Lebowski.
Not all those ashes got to the ocean.
A lot of them were embedded in Jeff Bridges' beard.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's hard to believe that Eddie Van Halen's already been dead for a year. But yeah, if you follow Wolfie Van Halen on social media, he always posts a lot of stuff. I wish people would stop giving this kid a hard time, by the way. He toured for a number of years after Michael Anthony was kind of unceremoniously booted from the band. It wasn't Wolfie Van Halen's fault that his dad wanted to go out and tour with him. Maybe his dad knew something he didn't know. But he's struck out trying to do his own thing, and I think people still give him a hard time, and it's like, man, you don't pick who your parents are, and it's not his fault that his dad was Eddie Van Halen. And he plays the bass. So it's not like he's even got to worry about people saying, you'll never be as good as your dad on the guitar. Nobody's ever going to be as good as your dad on the guitar. I saw Alan Coulter died. Hadn't heard about that guy in a while, and he's dead. Remember Alan Coulter?
No.
He was the redhead announcer on Letterman for 20 years. And he was very funny. They would always put him in sketches. He'd do like this little thing where he was coming on to an audience member. He'd call himself Big Red. He had a great voice, obviously, because he was an announcer. But Letterman liked, putting behind-the-scenes people on camera. Alan Coulter was 78 years old, died in the hospital in Connecticut. But he had been on the Letterman show for 20 years. And he would obviously announce the show and,
From New York, the greatest city in the world, it's The Late Show with David Letterman. Tonight, Oprah Winfrey.
Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah, I remember this guy.
Yeah, Alan Coulter. He was a redhead, but clearly he had to have kept up with coloring his hair, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Or do you stay? Because this is my question. Like, I've been gray for a long, long time. I colored my hair for a long time, but in all fairness, I've been very gray since college. If you are blonde, like Sammy Hagar is going to be 74 in a couple of days, and he's still blonde.
I think he's also getting.
You think he's
done.
coloring his hair?
Yeah, I think so.
If you're a redhead, does that last longer?
No,
because
so.
Alan Coulter was smart because he also colored his eyebrows, which a lot of people don't do. You know, they just do the hair, forget about the eyebrows. He did the red hair, and it wasn't like Ronald McDonald red hair. So I'm curious if gingers hang on to their natural hair color longer.
I think you just have a good schedule. And, you know, every couple weeks I got to get in there and keep this nice and keep those roots from showing. Yeah.
Timed, and I have something that I would like to do for the show, and as a matter of fact, we are running a little early tonight, so we have some time. So, Alan, whatever it is you're up to, go ahead, take it away. It's all yours, my friend. Enjoy yourself. Alan Coulter, everybody.
You miserable, vindictive bastard.
What? I'm sorry. What? Excuse me? I'm sorry. What was that, Alan?
Don't play dumb with me, old man.
Huh?
You knew we were supposed to do another edition of Alan Coulter's celebrity interview tonight? Here, let me introduce you to my exclusive guest. Have you met Sarah Jessica Parker? Huh? Yeah, that's right. That's right. You just stole her so you wouldn't have to interview Jim Belushi for the millionth time.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Alan.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Alan. Sorry, Alan. Look at her. Look at her. I'm surprised she's still conscious after sitting there listening to your boring bullshit for 10 minutes. You know, it's bad enough. You come in here every day, you make your staff miserable, but only a grade A ass would drag his guest into it. Am I right, Sarah? Am I right?
I'm uncomfortable.
Well, of course you're uncomfortable. We all are, working with that miserable lying.
Oh, Alan Coulter is very funny. And again, I had no idea what the guy did before Letterman. I don't know where they found him. I knew nothing about the guy. Obviously, he was an announcer, but I knew nothing about the guy before he showed up on Letterman. And he'd been on that show for 20 years. Letterman's original announcer was a guy named Bill Wendell, if you're old enough to remember Late Night with David Letterman. Letterman started on NBC when I was like 11 years old, and I was instantly hooked. And he had a guy named Bill Wendell who was the announcer, and he did kind of the same things with him. He'd do bits with him.
Have you checked out the new Jon Stewart show at all? I don't know if the show's, but the podcast has started, and I was listening to some of it, and he's kind of doing more with the behind-the-scenes people now on the podcast part.
My understanding is that show's not necessarily supposed to be funny, which is fine.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, he's talking about vets, and that's the first episode is all about that, and it's, you know, there's humor within it, but it's more informative and interesting in people's real stories, and
that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I don't really want to see Jon Stewart do Charlie Rose, you know.
Again, I haven't watched the actual show yet. I've just been listening to the podcast. There's only one episode out, but I'm interested in it because it's a couple guys that, like, younger guys that are on his staff. He's talking about and they're veterans, and he's talking about their experiences dealing with the VA and how, you know, it's not really helping the vets the way it should.
Yeah. Oh, people are loving Danny Hagar. They are loving Danny Hagar.
I can't drive 50-something.
There's a couple ways to rock.
What's the name of the band that just played at the Agora?
The Circle.
I wanted him to say.
Oh, sorry. The Rhombus?
The Circle.
Danny Hagar and the Rhombus.
I wanted to see what he said.
Sorry. I dove in there. Poundcake goes, the Circle.
The circle.
Yep.
It's not the square. What you think?
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lock box. That's his favorite singers, Danny Hagar.
That's his brother.
Yeah, right. Alan, redheads skip gray and go white. I'm a redhead. You were a redhead. Maybe you haven't gone white. Yeah, white.
Yeah, that's why I think he probably was doing a dye job there after a while.
Okay. Alan, if Shatner's going to go around the world at 90, how old will he be when he comes back? I'm talking yesterday about how they're going to send William Shatner up in Bezos's Blue Origin, except they don't go out into space. They're in what's called low Earth orbit, as I understand it, which doesn't really... You're not fully breaking the atmosphere of the Earth, is my understanding. These guys aren't going to space.
They're just getting real close.
They're getting real close.
It's edging of space travel.
That's right. They get just close enough.
And then you pull back.
That's right. They don't want to do anything they're going to regret later on, especially with the shape of that rocket.
Right.
Danny Hagar is going to be hanging out with Neil in The Matrix.
All right.
What are you mad at us for? These are just direct quotes from you.
It was an honest
mistake. These are
mistake.
things you said.
Neil, it was an honest mistake. And so is Danny Hagar thinking.
Right. And we exploit your honest mistakes for comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Neil.
Mm-hmm.
He's still alive.
Neil is still alive?
He's still alive.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad, from what I've seen, the trailers of the new Matrix movie, I'm glad that they are basically keeping Keanu Reeves looking the way he looks.
Yeah.
Like they're not, he looks like John Wick in The Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Which is a good look for one.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time, I'm sure they'll explain it all to us, but you get so used to trailers essentially giving you the whole movie just in a shorter period of time. Which can be annoying sometimes, but other times it's helpful. But what little they've doled out from The Matrix, I'm a little confused because it doesn't seem like Keanu Reeves' character is aware that the other movies happened. So I'm curious how they're going to get there.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how it all unfolds, but I trust them. I think it's just Lana doing this one.
Mm-hmm. Alan, that's called urban miring in space. Oh, boy. Did you read the guy who owns the Jacksonville Jaguars, by the way, is a guy named Shahid Khan. He is a Pakistani billionaire. This guy is worth $8 billion. Wow. He's the owner of an American automotive company called Flexingate, which I got to tell you, I'd never heard of before. Sounds like a sexual scandal. He owns the Jags. He owns Fulham FC football club. He owns All Elite Wrestling.
Oh, AEW.
AEW.
Yeah.
And he is the 308th richest person in the world. At $8 billion, that makes him the 308th richest person in the world.
Dan Gilbert just moved up to the chart to the second richest sports franchise owner.
Did he?
In America. I don't know about worldwide, but he's second to Steve Ballmer. Steve Ballmer's like $96 billion, and Dan Gilbert's at like 30-something billion.
Because Ballmer got the Clippers from Donald Sterling, right? Yeah.
Is it his son still running like his franchise?
Yeah, I think his
Grant.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, what a tough job. That's a lot of pressure.
But imagine if you have $8 billion. Like there was an article that Trump has knocked off the Forbes 400 richest people for the first time in 25 years. 51 people dropped off the list of the 400 richest people. 400 richest people, and he's not on it. This Shahid Khan guy, obviously he's the richest Pakistani, but he's the 308th richest person in the world because he only has $8.5 billion. And they were asking him about Urban Meyer. And he's like, well, we're not going to make any moves yet. He needs to regain our trust and our respect. But he's got like a curly mustache, which he looks like a guy on the Pringles can.
Yeah.
The owner of the Jags. So Urban Meyer really stepped in it with this whole thing because not only is the team 0-4, it's not like they're killing it out there under his tutelage. They're 0-4, and then this comes up, and the owner's like, yeah, because they probably signed him to like a 3 or 4 year deal, right?
Probably,
He's probably got a pretty good deal. But there's morals clauses.
Well, also,
Most organizations are looking for any reason to get rid of somebody, and if you give them one, man, that's a bad move.
Well, when you're struggling like that, and then your team has that loss, and you say, "I'm going to stay in Ohio," rather than traveling with the team to be with family, and then you ditch your family to go get grinded on by a younger woman that's not your wife
at the bar next door,
and then when you go into the meeting and you cancel all the team meetings on Monday, you give a real half-ass apology, and then you go to all the different player personnel groups and you go, "Hey, I'm sorry about this," and then your team's laughing at you. You're not showing yourself as a great leader.
You think he has buyer's remorse? You think he wishes he had just stayed? I know he's trying to go for the brass ring in the pros, but do you think he just wishes he had stayed at Ohio State?
I mean, even at Ohio State, he retired from there. Like, he walked away.
Oh.
So
but didn't he walk away to go to the Jags?
No. He walked away, and he's done this a few times because he did it with Florida, and then he did it with Ohio State, where he goes, due to health concerns or blah, 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 I'm going to walk away and take some time to focus on my health and be with my family.
Dinner with my grandkids? Yeah. I thought he left Ohio State to go to Jacksonville.
No, because he left Ohio State a few years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, was out of football, was just doing analysis, and that's the cushiest gig.
Mm-hmm.
You can just keep doing that, and you're
decent
good.
money.
Yeah. But then
he wanted to be back
ego
in
steps in, and you go, well, maybe I can be the one that can turn around the Jacksonville Jaguars. And boy, that's a tough task to do, even for any coach.
Well, you can't blame him for wanting to be the guy to do that, but he's not doing that.
No, he's not.
If you're having your own victory party with some college girl at a bar.
Yeah, after a loss.
And they're probably pretty reactionary, or how did they take it? Your apology?
Well, I've always been so defensive of them. I remember when Trevor told me he was going to go to Vegas for his bachelor party. I mean, I was just, my gosh, man, be careful and surround yourself, and because I've seen this happen, and I just so the team. I spoke to a bunch of leaders one-on-one. Spoke to all the players. They're good. They were focused on Tennessee, and
Yeah, he was. I don't want to go home and talk to my family. I don't want to talk to my wife. Because you sent us the screen cap of the girl that was like, "Who's this guy who's hitting on me all night?"
Yep. There's that. There's the second angle where he's got his hand right up that younger lady's butt, like right up there.
He's trying to make he's like trying to start a jukebox. He's all up in the coin slot. Yeah.
And then the wife is at home saying, like, she quote tweeted a picture of him from earlier in the night where he's like, "Hey, I'm out at the bar or out at the restaurant having a good night." And she tweets like, "Meanwhile, I'm at home with the grandkids." And then a few hours later, their whole world is flipped upside down. Oh, it's just
now again,
ridiculous.
People that have been in worse situations than this.
Well, and the thing is,
he wasn't walking out of a hotel room.
If he was winning,
right,
it's a completely different story.
Well, not with the wife, though.
But not with the wife, and that's still a bad look. But if you're one of his players, and he won't just come clean and be honest with you, and just be like, "Hey, in first place, like not going home with the team and like being like, hey, we got to get this right," like showing no accountability for it and be like, "Well, I'm in Ohio. I got a place here where people really love and respect me, so I'm going to go there to my safe place while you guys go home and wallow in this loss."
Right.
It's just bad leadership. And the players see that, and they go, "Well, I'm not going to bust my ass
This
for
guy's
this
not
guy.
on my side."
Yeah, this guy's not here for me. He's here for him."
Have you talked to Shad Khan about it, and what was that conversation like?
I did talk to Shad, and very supportive, and Trent, I talked to him obviously at length. Right when I got that phone call that night, the next night.
What phone call? There's a photo of you on social media? Is that the call he gets?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And he gets the call. It's like, "Hey, have you seen Twitter?"
He goes, "What's Twitter?"
Oh, he knows what Twitter is because he's been on Twitter before for dumb stuff he's done.
Oh, boy. Who's their guy now? Trevor Lawrence, that dude with all that
the long hair,
mullet? Yeah, he's the guy.
He's the #1 draft pick this season, and
well, there you go.
You're hoping for good things if you're a Jags fan, and poof. not going your way right now.
So he's in his own restaurant, right? It's the Urban Meyer Bar and Grill
I believe
or whatever
so,
it is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if he was there first and then he went to a different place, but he's obviously surrounded by people that, he's putting himself in a bad situation if you're the head coach and you're 0-4 and your team just lost and you look like you don't give a crap.
Jags lost 15 in a row before he got there, so nobody expected a quick turnaround.
Right.
Urban Meyer left OSU because he got caught up in that situation with the coach beating his wife.
Oh, that's right.
I forgot about that.
Yes, I forgot about that.
So everybody left with their heads held high. What a great situation.
But I feel like he didn't leave. He made up a separate reason. He's like, well, I have to leave because of, it's just time for me to move on.
But isn't that why he left Florida? Because some weird stuff was going down too?
Oh, yeah.
Everywhere this guy goes.
But that's the thing. He never takes responsibility for the weird stuff that's going on. He'll say it's some health issue or something. But everything that was going on with Florida, I mean, the dude's shady.
All right, well, there you go. So far, as of today, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, the guy from the Pringles can, says Urban Meyer's job is still secure. He's just got to regain the trust of everyone involved. Maybe he'll go to USC. They just got rid of their coach.
Yeah, well,
maybe Urban Meyer will pick up stakes. Because they don't care what you do over there. They were going to put Lori Laughlin's kid on the crew team. They don't care what you do over at USC.
Crew team.
Huh?
That's a very prestigious crew team. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're very excited. Clay Helton's out at USC, and maybe Urban Meyer's headed for the sunny shores of California.
That's a lot of speculation that way.
Yeah, why not? I got a break. I'll have those Volbeat tickets for you. Volbeat and Ghost are doing a co-headlining tour in the spring. You'll go to Columbus to see them at the Nationwide Arena in February. So if you like either of those bands, I will hook you up after the break. 35192 and a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox
192 if you want to send me a text. I'll have passes for you to get to Carnival of Horrors if you're out Canton Way, about a half an hour. And then put you at the Tool Show at the Romo Fijo next March. Those tickets at $520 all week. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from anywhere across the country, tell me where. Jeremy listens in Bonita Springs, Florida. Ben is in Tulsa. Chris is a new bureau chief in Chicago. Justin listens in Phoenix. And Angela is one of our bureau chiefs in Nashville, Tennessee. Cavaliers tonight, preseason. Cavs basketball is back on MMS. 8 o'clock is your start against the Bulls in Chicago, Illinois, at the United Center. And then the regular season opens the 20th. Home opener, Cavs here against the Hornets of Charlotte, North Carolina, on the 22nd. Which I think is a Friday night.
Yes, it is.
Did you watch Squid Game? You said you started Squid Game?
I started Squid Game last night, and it's pretty entertaining.
Is it as advertised?
I mean, the way people are losing their minds over it is like, I don't get that. But it's definitely an intriguing show. Like, and it's, it's murder porn. Like, it's you're watching for these situations where they're playing kids games, and if they fail, they get killed. So that's that. So like you said, it's about the blood. So the dubbing, the other stories that they're trying to put into it, none of that matters. You kind of just want to get to these scenes where they're playing the games to see how they die.
And that's what I don't get is because they're like, there's a big subtitle problem with Squid Game. I'm like, yeah, you really want to get every nuance of people getting their heads blown off. Like, people aren't watching it for the character development.
Well, I mean, there is the subtitle problem, the dubbing problem, both bad. So just pick your poison on that because it's real cheesy. But
people who speak Korean are saying, boy, if you watch the subtitles, because some words are, that the subtitles are botched because obviously not everything there's a direct translation for.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, when they translate it into Norwegian, people have said that every curse word is turned into dirtbag. Doesn't matter what word it is, it just defaults to dirtbag. And so people who speak Korean are saying that the subtitles, if you opt for those, really change the show's meaning. And I'm like, people are watching to get their heads blown off or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
and maybe if you watch it and you know Korean, it has some more layers and more weight to it. But
that's not why people are watching it.
Yeah, that's not why people are watching it. And I saw some think pieces about like, here's all the different emotions you experience. Like, no, you're waiting to see them die. That's all it is.
Well, but
it's fun. I do like it. I'm like episode 5. They do a good job of building the tension and throwing some twists and turns in there that you don't expect. But it's just a show where you're watching people play games and die.
Well, something that becomes an immediate phenomenon like this too. Everybody feels compelled to do a deep dive on it.
Yeah.
In some way, everybody's got their own angle on it. Then it'll go away. Like this is Tiger King for this year.
Yeah.
Tiger King benefited from everybody being locked down. Squid Game's benefiting from everybody being all pent up.
Hi everyone, I just watched Squid Game and I'm fluent in Korean and I had the English subtitles on and I noticed that you're missing so much from the English subtitles. I want to start with Minya. Her dialogue constantly gets botched. I think it's because she's plays like a low class character and she's a gangster. Even things that aren't even that bad, like she says what are you looking at? It's turned into go away, which might seem arbitrary, but everything she says is not really aligning and so you're missing a lot of this character and what she stands for. But
yeah, I don't care about any of that.
Exactly. I
have a feeling I'm not going to care about any of this.
Because you can kind of tell who the characters are that are going to make it to the end. And you just, it's not that heavy. It's not that, I don't think the characters are that interesting.
Why
in a show like this.
Why can't people just cop to liking it because they want to see people get their heads blown off? Why is everybody got to make it a thing?
Right. It's just a show about tension. It's kind of like we talked, what's that escape room movie? It's that.
It's called Escape Room.
Yeah, Escape Room. It's Saw. It's that situation where
boy, I don't know why.
You're just fighting for your life.
I really don't know why Saw is still a thing. I hate those movies.
Why, you don't like torture porn?
I never watched any of them.
Because there is no character development. I do want a storyline. Like if it's going to be a slasher film, I get it. People want to see the gore. but I at least let me see some boobs or something. Like usually they're getting slaughtered by like doing it or something. These people, they're in a room and then they're dead. Like, and it's just showing gruesome ways to die. Like, someone opening up their rib cage and slicing off a piece of their neck before they bleed out. I'm like, I don't need that. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, it's not for you. But again, you're right. That's a movie where when people talk about character development, they're blowing smoke up my ass. Like, you're not going to... I remember going with my girlfriend when the first Hostel movie came out. Like,
penis.
Was like January... I mean, that movie's 15 years old now. Hostel 1 came out 05-06. And I remember we went opening weekend, and it was packed. And that movie... That was the movie where I started to realize, because I grew up watching splatter movies in the 80s, and I didn't have a problem with horror movies. But that was when I started to feel the tide turn, and I go, oh, I might be aging out of this. Because everybody in the theater was laughing. And I'm sure it was nervous laughter to just release tension or whatever. But boy, it was a lot of laughing. And I was like breaking out in a cold sweat at that movie.
The difference is, too, when the movies that we saw that were splatter movies, it was a lot more cartoony, where when you're watching someone get stabbed through the chest with a harpoon in the first Friday the 13th, it doesn't look like a real human body.
Right.
So you're kind of desensitized from it. Like all that stuff, like the practical effects are interesting, but they don't look real. By 2004, 2005, 2006, like they knew how to make this stuff look absolutely authentic.
Yeah.
And then take it up to another level. So that's what younger generations grew up watching. But when I was watching Hostel, I was like, man, I feel like I really saw somebody get their eye gouged out or whatever, like in their tendons slashed.
I was never into that. The blood and the gore, gore, I feel like is an unnecessary part of the movie. Like if you kill somebody, there's usually a purpose. Like you kill them. Why are you torturing them? Like, why do you want the audience to see someone getting their toenail peeled up or something like that? Like that, I'm just like, you're trying to gross people out, and I don't like to be grossed out. So,
yeah, but there's a lot of people that do.
They like to be grossed out. Like that's
absolutely.
Yeah.
There's people that want to watch that because they want to push the limits of what they can handle.
Nah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And again, there's a part of me, I don't mind that. A buddy of mine was in the third Hostel movie. That was direct to DVD, and Eli Roth didn't have anything to do with it.
Hostel with a Vengeance.
Hostel Part 3. And he was like, because it wasn't rated, and he's like, by the time they got to the third one, people were kind of, other movies had started to go that direction anyway, and it wasn't that shocking anymore. But I mean, Hostel, when that first Hostel came out, I don't remember a movie that preceded that was like that movie, at least not in this country. There's all kinds of, French have been making those movies for a long, long time, but yeah, I don't mind some of them, but boy, I mean, when they're cutting the dude's Achilles tendon, I'm like, man, I gotta, I gotta get out of here.
I like a thriller more than I like a horror movie, and that's kind of why I like Squid Game, because it does have that tension where you don't know who's gonna go, you don't know exactly how it's gonna happen, so there's a lot of tension. So it is a fun watch for that. But it's like the same reason the first season of Walking Dead was amazing, but by the time you got to the 6th and 7th, you're like, it's just the same thing again and again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not even, the zombies aren't even the problem. It's, it's the people.
Well, I asked my buddy, I said, can you tell me how you die? And he goes, yeah, they peel my face off. And I go, sweet! I wanted to do that for a long time.
You wanted to peel your buddy's face off?
Yeah. It's a pain in the ass sometimes. But
that reminds me of a time I was on a train in New York, and there was this girl eating scabs off her face.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Seriously?
Yeah, she picked her
How
face.
many scabs, plural? Most people might have one scab. I mean,
I feel like she went for two. Like, she had pretty bad acne, and so it had like dry, flaky skin. And me and my ex-wife were riding down from Rhode Island to New York City, and this lady's just going to town on her face, just eating scabs.
Oh, God.
And,
this was a young person?
Yeah, she was
I
probably
guess she had acne, yeah.
She was probably in her early 20s, and just pulling it off. And, like, not even, it was, like, second nature to her. She didn't even really realize what she was doing. Just eating scabs.
Oh, God. Hey, once you get tagged as the scab eater, I guess maybe you just lean into it.
Whoa, here she comes.
Hey, Alan, you are seeing my phone screen now, right?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank God.
Yep. Engineer came in beginning of the show and checked it and said, hey, you're going to be able to see things today.
Now, the thing is, there's a chance that you could do this before the show when the show's not on, but I like that this guy's like, I want you guys to see the work I do.
It's not his fault.
No, they got one guy running around doing everything right now.
They said he was in Erie, Pennsylvania this morning.
Yeah, this poor guy. Oh,
He has
Jesus.
3 different markets. I was
Yeah.
like Akron, Cleveland, and Youngstown. He said, I wish. He said Erie. I said county. He said Pennsylvania. Poor guy.
Yeah, well, he's running around.
Well, you know, those IT people are few and far. You can't really find guys that'll do that job.
Alan, Bone Tomahawk and Brawl in Cell Block 99 are super violent and great movies. I didn't see the second one. That's Vince Vaughn. I remember watching Bone Tomahawk in a Toronto hotel room. Gwen and I had been out, get back drunk. She passes out, and I'm still kind of awake, and I'm clicking through pay-per-view on the TV. It's like 2 a.m. in this movie, Bone Tomahawk, which is, I guess, a horror Western, but the horror doesn't come until way into the movie. It's Kurt Russell. It's like a legit cast. Matthew Fox. And there's a scene where they split a guy in half, and I was like, oh, my God. Because they run into, it's like in the 1800s or something, and this girl is kidnapped, and so the townspeople and the sheriff go to find this girl who's been kidnapped by this, cannibal tribe of Indians or something. And there's a scene where they split this guy in half, and I'm like, it just, out of nowhere, you're watching this Western, and you don't quite know where it's going. And I was like, oh, my God. That is an intense movie. And I'm, drunk, 2 a.m. I'm in another country. What the hell is going on? Alan, Eating Scabs is at the Agora this weekend. Great. Hey, Joe in Philly, what's going on? How are you?
Yeah, what up, guys?
Yeah, what up?
Hey, so can people just not be entertained anymore? Does everybody have to, crap on something or, have a really, specific take on a piece of, entertainment, just a show or anything like that? I just feel that people can't just suspend belief for just a moment and just enjoy. Even if it's crappy, just enjoy what you're watching.
But it's gross.
Well, but people didn't have, now that everyone has an outlet for their opinion, they're going to tell you about it.
It's so annoying, though. It's I tell this to my lady all the time. I'm like, well,
my lady.
I tend to watch kind of cheeky, trashy shows, not just random stuff that comes up on Netflix or Prime or something. And I just have to tell her, I'm like, can you just suspend belief and just live in this world for just the hour and 20 minutes that we're watching this, instead of critiquing every little thing that comes across the screen?
I believe the phrase is suspend disbelief, so I got to critique you on that.
I got to tell you, there's so much programming now that I've just gotten super picky because I feel like I don't have time to waste. And so if I feel like I'm wasting time, that's what drives me crazy. Not that I think something's trashy or whatever, because everybody likes what they like. I just don't like to feel like I'm ever wasting time.
But if it's a slow build, will you hang on the slow build?
Everybody hangs on to the slow build because they're hoping for a payoff. So if you go in cold, you don't know if there's a payoff. And so I've been burned multiple times by going, Jesus Christ, that did not need to be 10 episodes. There's no payoff. Yeah, that pisses me off, man. I don't like that because I've wasted that time. Voluntarily. I'm mad at myself, not the programming.
Right.
I assume it's how most of our audience feels after 4.5 hours.
There's no build.
And there's no payoff.
I will give you a heads up. If you do watch Bingo Game from Hell on Prime, it's not as good as you think it would be. So,
well, I'll tell you what. It's funny you mentioned that because I was clicking through Prime because I forget that there's shows I'm watching on Prime, and so I went back in, and they've got these Blumhouse movies for Halloween, and I saw Bingo from Hell, but it looks like all old ladies. I'm like, I'm not going to get into this. I'd rather watch a Matthew Barry sketch show or something.
I thought it was going to be more funny than it was. I thought it was going to be kind of sort of like a Shaun of the Dead sort of thing.
Yeah.
But it didn't pan out the way I wanted it to. So,
All right.
All right, guys.
Thanks,
Okay.
man. There's Joe in Philadelphia. Carlos in Miami. What's going on?
Hey, hello, everybody.
Hey,
How's
how are you?
everybody doing?
What's up?
All right, listen. Poundcake got it right. If there's not a boob in the movie, I won't watch it. Second of all,
Listen, I like I think there should be boobs in every movie. I think that there should be,
especially Pixar.
Pixar, sure. Why is it called Up if there's no boobs?
right? Like product placement.
Yep.
Just somewhere on the side, on the corner.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a documentary on Netflix now called Hollywood Cliches.
Okay.
And it shows you how all these movies through the decades, somebody would start with something and then move, for the next 10 years, you have the Wilhelm scream. You have the cats that scare people.
Is this the Rob Lowe thing?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I was clicking through and
It's interesting. Oh, and also, I got to see Clapton a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah?
I paid too much money for that.
Oh, really?
I paid $350.
Wow.
And it was very informal. It's like he pushed the clock, did what he had to do, said thank you twice, and walked off the stage.
Well, yeah, he called one of his albums Journeyman. He meant it. So did he make any comments about vaccines or anything like that, or he just kept it professional?
I heard him say thank you twice.
Yeah.
That was it. He kind of looked pissed off.
Yeah, because he said he wasn't going to play any places that required vaccinations, and then I think he's like, well, I want to play and I want to make some money. So
Don't get me wrong, he sounded awesome.
Yeah.
He didn't do any like Cream. Everything was mainly like 80s and up, some of the blues in the middle,
I got to wonder, that's why I really wonder why a guy like Clapton would go out, because he does not need the money. If you're somebody that's kind of on that bubble where, like, you've got some money, but you still need to tour, like, I get that. But Clapton has a ton of money. So I just don't know why he'd go, I'm not going to play these venues, blah, 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 and then turn around and play them. Does he like play?
He lives in the Bahamas.
I think it's because of the guys that he tours with. So if you have this tour
he wants to get
plan,
the band played.
and he wants
paid.
the band
Oh, I
played,
see.
all the production people paid. And there's a responsibility if you're Clapton to make sure those people can earn a living because they don't have the money that he has.
He has two keyboardists. He has two drummers. Last time I saw that was when I saw Ministry. I don't know anybody that tours with two drummers, a bassist, and a couple of backup singers. Oh, and another guitarist. Yeah, and I'm telling you, he lives in off the coast here in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
And he's done many albums here. He used to live here. You figured he at least would try to connect a little more with the people from here.
He's got a rehab place in Antigua, I think, that's got his name on it or something. Do you ever run into Barry Gibb down there, Carlos? He's another famous, longtime Miami resident.
The funny thing is, that's off Alton Road. My wife's aunt lives on a golf course, and other Bee Gees used to hang around there. So I've seen him from afar, just like one of the Backstreet Boys lives there, but yeah, it's that little tight, rich community.
Yeah. 461 Ocean Boulevard. That was the Clapton album. Right down there in Florida.
Right. Yep. So he has too much connection here just to be so informal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it makes sense, but
okay.
That's it. All right. Well, you guys remember, more boobs on TV.
More boobs on TV. You got it. Thank you, Carlos.
All right, bye.
All right, keep it frosty down there. It's Carlos in Miami.
There are boobs in Squid Game.
Are there?
Yeah.
Boobs. All right. Well, then I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Let me take a break.
It's a fun show.
I'm going to watch it. Just, because everybody else is watching it, and I am curious. If you want to get a text 35192, you can listen anywhere you are, like Carlos does, like Joe does in Philly on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on
for that, and I'll throw in tickets to the preview screening of Halloween Kills, the return of Michael Myers, and the last in the Halloween series. That's what they're saying. Streaming only on Peacock and in theaters Friday, October 15th. So a couple of passes for Halloween Kills. Want to see it on the big screen, and passes for Carnival of Horrors. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You have 937 messages, all of which are marked urgent.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Stones played Pittsburgh last night, played Heinz Field. I heard from our friend Joe Kalinowski. He went. Said it was great.
Did he find anybody at a bar afterwards? The bar hopping, hoping you can meet Mick Jagger.
Yeah, sources say Mick was just hanging out at Permanis afterward. Nobody even noticed it was him. He's ordering a sandwich.
What would it sound like if they had seen him there?
Oh my gosh, Mick Jagger! Like the Jagger Bush? This guy fell into a Jagger Bush one time, came out all bloody. Hey, Mick, what do you want? Capicola and egg? How do you want your eggs? Not running!
Not funny!
Not running! So
well done.
Stones in Pittsburgh last night. I guess I see the Rolling Stones every 15 years because I saw him in 89, 90. And then when I was living in Pittsburgh, I saw Pearl Jam open for the Stones at PNC Park. That would have been 05. So I guess I'm due to see the Stones. I'm really bummed out because we gave away a bunch of tickets for the Cleveland show. And then Cleveland was one of the 3 cities they didn't reschedule.
Such a bummer.
So a lot of people had to go to Pittsburgh. But I guess I got to see the Stones again. I mean, Charlie Watts isn't there anymore, but I saw them twice. And they are kind of a bucket list band for a lot of people, too. So if you've never seen them, now you're not going to see them, obviously, in their original. At least with Charlie Watts, you're not going to see him.
That's really eating Poundcake up.
That he's not going to see the Rolling Stones with Charlie Watts, yeah. I mean, Bill Wyman's been gone for a long time. Nobody saw them in their very original incarnation, I don't think. But it's Ronnie Wood, it's Keith, it's Mick. Not funny!
Not funny!
Hey, Dick.
My favorite song by the Rolling Stones was "Hey, Get Off My Cloud."
Wow, so I
love that song.
You go you don't like anything they've done since then. You stuck with the early stuff.
I'm stuck with the early stuff.
Yeah.
I'm telling you else.
You heard him in 1965 and said, "This is as far as I go with these guys."
They were good. They're a pretty good band, man.
Did you ever see them live, Dick?
No, never did.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
But anything that Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones.
What's his name?
Jagger.
Yeah. I thought you said Nick Jagger. I was going to say that's.
Nick.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, what do you think of the Browns?
I think that they've only lost one game.
Yeah, they're doing good with Baker and Nick. I say that, and the Bengals. Who knows? We might have a I-75, I-71 playoff, maybe. Huh?
Well, I know you're a booster, Dick, but you're right. People aren't used to seeing the Bengals doing what they're doing right now either. So.
No. Boy, this weather has been pretty nice. Oh, counting down. December 31st is my last day at Lowe's.
Oh, boy,
years.
25 years. So New Year's Eve. Now, what will that day look like for you? Will it be a normal day? Will there be some fanfare?
Yeah, there'll probably be, I think, let's see, who is it? Dave and Karen, they've got something planned. One guy came from, he wanted to have a little party for me, and he was talking to Dave, but I think they'll have a little gathering for me because we have this fan appreciation coming up for the front end and the cashiers, and I'm supposed to get a couple more awards.
Wait, you have
in there 25.
Lowe's has fan appreciation?
Yeah,
not customer appreciation.
Every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's customer service.
That's a fan
and then
sale.
we have lumber appreciation. That's usually
fans to do that.
So.
Oh, yeah, they're like half off because it's getting cold now. Dick, it's going to have to be weird, though, isn't it? Because I guarantee no one else has been there as long as you, right? There's none of your peers that have been there the whole time with you.
Yeah, there's 2 or 3.
Oh, there are.
In flooring, she's been there 26. Mike Harwood's 27.
When are they going to leave?
Laura's leaving next year. Mike's staying another year.
Wow. So they were like, I will see Dick's 25 and I'll raise him.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's other than that though, it's a lot of people who've come and gone in your 25 years, right?
Yeah. And they keep they keep wanting me to buy a raise, bribing me to stay because and he says I won't have anybody. Dick is probably as reliable, and you come in and laugh.
Sure,
and make us all happy here. I said, well, you never know.
Now, Dick, has that lady in flooring worked in the same department for 26 years or no?
Same department, guys.
Imagine spending a quarter century in flooring.
That's exciting.
Imagine all of the advances you've seen. You've seen laminate, and you've seen synthetic hardwoods, and you've seen the lumber liquidators scandal, and you've seen all kinds of things in your quarter century.
Never a dull moment in
Never.
flooring.
Never a dull moment, and they've had me working in the garden center with the flowers and the mulch.
And the hose.
Oh, hey. Yeah. Dick calls the garden center his little hoco.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sort of switching around, when you're versatile. I went to a country jam last night. It was all country music, and we played for about 3 hours, and I got to play a little bit, and it was probably as good as what you hear in Nashville. They're playing Folsom Prison.
I can't believe, I gotta say,
Jeannie did.
I can't believe these shows are so long. I can't believe these shows are
music, buddy.
I can't believe these shows are so long, Dick. They're so long.
Yeah, but when you have fun, they want us to extend it.
I understand. I just figure I'm just thinking about probably the target audience out there is holy camole. Yeah. Wow. All right. So on January 1, New Year's Day, 2022.
Yes.
What will you do? You'll find yourself in a situation you haven't been in a quarter century where you've got no Lowe's to go to.
Well, I'll find something to do. Maybe play music somewhere. Find a place to play music, or maybe watch the Browns again.
Is there any chance that Is there any chance that you'll go on the road playing music?
I don't know. Maybe. You never know.
All right. Well, don't be a stranger, Dick.
Okay. Have a good day.
Informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go blam.
Licky, 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 boom, doom, down.
Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, stab somewhere down the lane.
Licky, 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 boom, doom, down.
What do you think the odds are that we're never going to hear from Dick again after he leaves Lowe's? Because he calls us from the break room, right?
I think we are going to hear from him
more.
I think that's going to be his retirement plan, is calling radio shows.
You think so?
Yep. That's what's going to keep him
God,
going.
I'd love to put a nanny cam in that house and see what's doing. He's got the 85-year-old girlfriend and the whole bit. I mean, if she even, in fact, exists. We've never even... I mean, he doesn't call us from home, so it's not like we're going to hear her in the background,
Who are you on the phone with again, Dick?
How do you want your eggs? Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's interesting. Who knows? I don't know why, speaking of banjos and guitars, I don't know why anybody would develop this. I mean, guy's having some fun here. But this guy, this is on Kickstarter. A guy developed a guitar pedal that makes fart noises.
Why have we waited so long? That's my question. I feel like once you have a guitar pedal, the next step is make it a fart pedal.
Yeah, but here's I think there's a fundamental design flaw in this, is that it overrides the guitar. So you doesn't play the fart noise while you're playing. You're either playing guitar or fart.
This is like a Generation 1 thing. This is not...
No.
It's not a finished product.
They got to work out the kinks first. Fart sound guitar pedal, a big hit on Kickstarter. It's just called the fart pedal. There's a dial for output, there's an in and out, and there's a wet-dry switch. This is based out of Chicago. A guy crushed his $30,000 Kickstarter goal. See, this is how you make a lot of money with it, is you come up with something dumb. So, yeah, it seems like you're going to want to create something that will let you play the fart over the music.
Or make it, you want it to be almost Frampton-like when he's doing the talking guitar thing. So it's like, it sounds like you're talking, but it also sounds like a guitar. You want a farty sound of a guitar.
He had the talk box. You want that fart box on this pedal here.
Yeah, this is
right.
That's not what I wanted.
No, you want it over the music.
You want it to sound like
seamless.
It's fart music. Like like this is just playing random farts. It sounds like it's not playing the notes. It's not playing the chords.
You want fart melody.
Yeah.
See, if it cuts out Stairway to Heaven and just goes into farts, what good is that?
Yeah, I mean, this is just like you could just hit the fart button that you have on that sound machine right there.
Yeah.
See, I wanted to be like along with it.
This guy raised $30,000 on Kickstarter
without any problems. I want the Generation 2 one. Right now, I'm happy that it exists, but I need a little more from it before I put my money into this.
Yeah. So that's out there, and the guy is he's doing stuff. There's a guy who was testing it. The guy that's really getting the word out there is this guy named Dag Julin, who is a guitarist for a long, long time in this Chicago band called Poi Dog Pondering. But he's been doing radio for a number of years now. So he's the guy that's out there trying to get the word out about the fart guitar. Oh, Sweet Child of Mine is in there, too, for people. I mean, what good is that?
Yeah, it doesn't...
Who cares if there's a wet-dry switch?
Disappointed.
Oh, what good is it?
I want fart and melody together. Fused together.
Yeah.
And that's not what we're getting.
I want the seamless fusion of flatulence and melody. That should be your selling point there. Remember Meghan Trainor, speaking of poop?
Oh, God.
Yeah, the
S
bass
word
lady.
for poop. Yeah, all about that bass. Meghan Trainor got really famous doing a song about her fat ass. That's essentially what it was. Hey, girls with some junk in the trunk, this one's for you. All about that bass. Bass being her butt, right? Big booty. No treble. All about that bass.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's married to the kid from Spy Kids. Remember Spy Kids?
I love that movie. Yep.
She's married to the boy, the kid named Daryl Sabara.
Yes.
He's all grown up. That's her husband.
I saw all the sequels.
There were a bunch of... All the sequels?
There was like 4 of them,
I think there was like 3.
3, okay.
Because
I know they had Spy Kids 3D.
Because that girl is super foxy now too, right?
Alexa Vega.
Yeah. Spy Kids 2, Spy Kids 3D. One of them had Stallone in it, right? He was the bad guy?
Yeah.
Spy Kids 4, All the Time in the World.
There's a Spy Kids meme that makes me laugh where... I don't know if it's Spy Kids or Shark Boy and Lava Girl, but I think it's Spy Kids where there's just this really deep line, but it's in a kid's movie. It's about like God existing. Let me see if I can find it.
Well, Meghan Trainor's married to the boy from Spy Kids, and apparently they poop together.
Disgusting.
That's their thing.
Disgusting people.
If she's on the toilet, they have a bathroom in their home in which they installed 2 toilets next to each other because they like to do it together.
Disgusting. I hope they get divorced.
They have a healthy relationship is for these two. Listen, everybody's got.
You have to have sex with that person.
Everyone
though.
has a certain amount of has a certain key that unlocks that lock, and every relationship's got its own weird calculus that makes it work. And for the two of them, I mean, it doesn't sound like it's a fetish or anything, but the two of them are poop at the same time.
I don't want to know.
They want to hang out with each other so much.
I don't want to know how you smell, dude.
That they poop together. Yeah, but how can I put this? When you're down there, at some point, you're exposing yourself to someone's nether regions if you're doing everything correctly. And so, listen, it's not for everyone. It's not really, that's not my vibe. But if it works for them, she says, I can only poop in public if he is blocking the door in there with me.
That's romantic.
Is what she said. She and her husband asked a contractor to add a second toilet to the bathroom of their new home.
His and hers.
His and hers.
They got it for the sinks. Why not for the toilets? All right, here's this quote from Spy Kids 2, Steve Buscemi. Do you think God lives in heaven because he, too, lives in fear of what he's created? In a kid's movie.
That is deep.
That's deep.
Well, listen, it's never too early to get kids thinking about life and existence and, the hereafter, if they believe in that. If you teach your kids to believe in that, who knows? So, again, I don't even know if Meghan Trainor is still making music. I don't know what she's doing now. She says she often calls her husband in to look at her dumps since they're learning about nutrition. Boy, seems like there'd be other ways you could learn about nutrition. You could maybe give them the broad strokes without coming in and checking them out. If your girl goes, hey, come on in here and look at this, I'd be like, I'll pass. I'm good. I'm all right. I'm happy they found each other, but...
Poundcake is afraid to poop in public. But
well, he's the other end of the spectrum.
But if he had somebody to block the door, would that make it better for you?
No, because the person blocking the door is hearing it, too.
But no,
and her husband's blocking the door and the inside.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe to start, you have them block the door on the outside until you're comfortable having them hear the... What are the whistling and the thistling?
Histling and twistling.
Histling and twistling.
Histling and twistling.
Poop time.
I still don't know what you mean by histling and twistling.
Sometimes when it's on the verge of coming out, it sounds like a tea kettle. It's like
it never ever sounds like a tea kettle when it's on the verge of coming out. I don't know what you're doing.
Doesn't, but his might.
Let me watch you poop. Let me watch you poop. There's a lot of gas because I hold it in there all day, so it's just like. Pow, pow, pow.
But you're not
pow,
that... I'm going to go on a limb and say you're not that tight to be whistling and twistling like a tea kettle. Tea kettle whistles because there's a lot of pressure coming out of a very small orifice.
Why would you think I'm not tight?
Just by your own descriptions of things, it doesn't sound like you're that tight.
I'm pretty tight.
Tea kettle tight?
He does his kegels.
All right, you know what? I'll take you at your word. Whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
And my brain misfires sometimes because there's certain things where I am comfortable pooping in front of other people. Like my roommates, I'm not having sex with them, but we had pretty much an open door policy. They would come in and brush their teeth while I was pooping.
Well, then what's the difference? Because you're also not having sex with people at work. So if you don't want to poop at work, none of us are having sex with most people.
I don't know. I guess at home, I really had no choice because they were like, I don't care that you're pooping. I'm coming in to brush my teeth. Like we have.
But nobody here cares that you're pooping. You care.
Yes, I care. And they're like, I don't care. I'm walking in. Like if you lock the door, we have another door. We have a key. I'll pry it open. I'm like, I really had no choice.
Oh, well, then it's under duress. You just got used to them going, hey, this is my bathroom too. I'm going to use it.
Yes, and it's not like, and they would do it too.
I pooped my pants. I ate too much corn.
They never would lock the door when they would use the bathroom. Pee, poop, like whatever. They would keep the door open. They would have conversations with me. They would poop while I'm in the shower. Like we were open door pooping house.
I mean, I was on the toilet today during that Teams meeting we had.
You were?
Yeah.
It sounds like the devil pinched off a loaf in here.
You're sitting there with your laptop on your lap, or
no,
what?
I just had it on my phone.
Oh,
I'm
see.
just listening. Because I wasn't on camera or anything. I'm just listening.
Right. I was at my desk. You were on the toilet at the same time.
Well, I was
all right.
doing all my pre-show stuff from home because there's no internet over there till 20 minutes ago.
Right. And what an informative meeting it was.
Oh, yes, I
Bill, could you mute your... Bill, could you...
Hold on, almost
Bill,
done.
could you please mute your microphone, please? Bill, please mute your microphone. Thank you.
What was that?
What? I've got to take a break. I'll have, those Tool tickets for you coming back. They have set March 20th? March 20th, 2022 is when they come back to the Romo Fijo. So if you want to be there, and why wouldn't you? A couple of tickets for you coming back. 35192 on a text for anything else. And you can hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or
play the Romo Fijo on March 20th of 2022. That's a what? Sunday night. I want to take that Monday off. So good luck. Couple of tickets here for Tool. See you there. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Hey, ladies. If bad puns and even worse accents get it slippery down there,
I'm so turned on, I think I'm actually getting dehydrated.
you've come to the right place.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cavaliers basketball. Back on MMS tonight. Waste no time transitioning between sports. Preseason ball tonight. Cavs in Chicago to play the Bulls. 8 o'clock is your tip-off, so that pregame will get going about 30 minutes prior here on MMS. And then the 20th of this month, the regular season will begin in earnest. The Cavs home opener is happening on the 22nd of this month. I would love to tell you that in years past, just as we've done a Just the Tip off show, that we would be doing that this year. I have no information to indicate that, though. So, which is a bummer, because I love doing our special pre-Halloween basketball, almost Thanksgiving show. Extravaganza. I love doing it, right?
We've had some good ones in the past.
We've had a lot of fun. We've had some good ones. We've had some bad ones, but they've all been fun.
Yes. Even the one where we were doing the whipped cream-filled balloons dunking on Poundcake's head, as much as I wanted that to be amazing.
It was windy and rainy.
It's windy and rainy.
Well, I'm thinking of the live broadcasts, though. Yeah, those were appearances, but I'm thinking of it. We did one in Halloween costumes one year.
Oh, yeah, that's right. At House of Blues. That was a good time.
A lot of fun. So, yeah, I don't think that's happening this year, but we'll be there in spirit. And then pretty soon, I'm using the term loosely, we'll be right downtown in those brand new studios. Boy, I tried to look in there. I even told you on Friday when we were walking out of Hilarities, I tried to look into the new.
So there's one window.
Couldn't see anything.
There's one window, and if you get it just right, you got to get right up on it. You can see pretty much into the whole space.
Really?
But now there's enough.
They've papered it over, though. Like, they put butcher paper up so nobody can see in there.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's one, it looks like it's papered over, but if you get right up there, you can see that you can actually see through it. And you can get a good gander.
Okay.
But, I mean, right now there's not a ton to see because they're actually putting the walls up now, so you just see drywall.
Yeah.
But that's progress, so that's nice.
Listen,
because
it's all progress, yes.
It was just empty.
Yep, just beams and conduit and whatever. Yeah, no, listen, it'll be exciting to see the walls go up.
Mm-hmm. We all have our guesses of when we'll get in there, and according to the meeting today, January is when we'll be there.
Oh,
but then the grand opening is scheduled for around opening day. So
is it?
We'll
Grand
see.
opening. Yeah. I won't lie to you. I bailed from that meeting, so I didn't hear the entire.
It's only 30 minutes.
Huh?
There's only 30 minutes.
I don't have 30 minutes to sit there and listen to.
No, I was doing other things.
Most of it. Well,
just listening.
Anywho, okay, so we'll be.
You can click through the slides so you can just read ahead.
So what? There's going to be like a big.
I almost took over the meeting because it's got an option. It's like take over meeting, and I was like, I clicked that by accident, and I was like, maybe I will. Maybe I'll take over the meeting.
Do that.
Yeah, I'll take over the meeting while I'm on the toilet.
Yeah, well, you could have done that too.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I didn't. Did they show slides of what the artist's rendering? Was that in there?
No, there was not just slides of the artist.
Bill, could
rendering.
you turn off your microphone, please?
There were some updated pictures of what it's looking like in there. Yeah. It's pretty exciting.
Taking over the meeting, guys.
It is gonna be small.
Yeah. Okay.
It's gonna be very tight.
Yeah, it is, right?
It's gonna be real tight.
Yeah, we'll be sharing a studio with Mark Nolan in the Magic Morning Show. And then I ran into Woz, Steve Woz, who does mornings over at GAR.
Yeah. Congrats to Mark real quick. He got married.
Yeah,
to
right.
that lady.
He did. Yeah, to that lady, to his lovely wife Dana.
Yeah.
Yes, over the weekend he Got
made it official. No more living in sin for those two.
That's right.
Making it all official.
She made an honest man out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho,
Waz.
I go, so where are you guys going to be? And he's kind of like, I don't know. I think we're going to, I'm sure they've got some, because the way these new studios are going to be, is that they're just going to rotate shows in and out. So I'm sure Rover will have his own thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be other studios. Because I think there's like 3 studios to do shows in.
Oh, is that true? I thought that there was like the one main one on the sidewalk, and then Rover's, and then a bunch of production studios.
Oh, well, maybe
I could be way off, but
I know there's like a podcast studio too, but I think that's going to be also set up for maybe being able to do radio from as well.
There you
so
go.
We'll see what happens.
Do we know? So there's going to be people doing podcasts at the station. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Are you going to do?
I'm going to do my show from there.
I will most definitely.
Oh, you are
show from there as well.
Yeah.
But you're all set up at home.
Yeah, but I mean, to do it at iHeartRadio and like have I got big plans, and also I want to start having guests in, and having guests into my house. It's a little tight in there with my other co-hosts, but I think it'll be much better.
So
once I'm downtown.
you'll have them in the at work. Okay. Yeah. And then are you going to put a couch in there, Poundcake, so you can do the Poundcake podcast?
so I can lay down?
He's going to put an air mattress on the ground.
I'll just bring an inflatable. While I'm like, all right.
Just put an army cot in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would definitely be doing my show from in there because it makes me more legit, so people would take me more seriously.
You think that's what's missing?
Do we know where?
Maybe sitting up maybe that's step one.
I have been sitting up the last 2 podcasts. Let it go.
For 2 in a row, Alan.
And how many episodes has he done? That means there are 48 of them he's been lying down. Right. Congratulations.
This week will be the 50th.
Yep. Congratulations. Poundcake this week finally got himself to a 70-degree angle.
Sitting right up.
Yeah.
Do we know who I will be sharing a booth with? Because I'm sure there'll be somebody in the morning.
I have no idea.
Whoever the producers
no clue.
are on those other shows. Or
don't know.
Well,
phone screeners.
If Snitzer has his own studio.
Yeah, it's not Snitzer's.
Huh?
Yeah, you're not going to be sharing with Snitzer.
I understand. If he has his own, who else has a phone screener?
I don't know. I don't know what the other shows do.
I think all the other shows do.
I was like, I don't know any of the other. I don't know any of the other phone screeners. Me and Nads had camaraderie because we both had similar jobs. But I don't know.
Is our studio going to be smaller than this room?
I think it's going to be smaller than this room. Yeah, I think so. Not by much, but there's going to be a lot less junk in there.
Man, no, I get
this
that.
This room has a lot of wasted space.
Yeah, it's all dinosaur equipment.
Like the cute TV you have in the corner that we always use. Mine has a DVD player.
Insignia television?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insignia of tube television. It's not even a...
I guarantee you it's on like Channel 5 or something.
It's still got a cable box attached. Channel 4, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
I bet I could still pot it up on the board, too.
Probably. If we've been paying our cable bill.
You can do that?
Yeah, I used to do it all the time. Yeah, hold on.
What? It's still warming up over there.
Let's see if mine turns on.
I don't think that one's working.
No, Peppy's warming up. Anyway.
Mine's on video.
Yeah.
We don't got no cable in here. Well, we just got internet back. Why would I think we have cable?
I was reading that Kabul might go dark because the Taliban hasn't been paying their electric bills. That was a headline of the week. First it was, Google is #1 search on Bing. And then it was, the Taliban's not paying their power. They're not paying their electric bill. Taliban, they're just like us, man. Am I right? Oh, we got problems with bills. Everything.
Move some money around.
Move some money around. Sure.
Wait, aren't they in charge of the place? Like,
yeah, I don't know.
Who's giving them their power?
I don't. They get it from like foreign sources or something, and they're behind on their payments. I don't know. Like, do you get a letter that says, "Hey, man, this is your final notice"?
And what do they do? Just send like a thumb of someone that works for your company back? Like, I think you should turn it back on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works, but I was just kind of flipping through headlines this morning, and it was like Taliban not paying electrical bills.
I feel like that's a pretty easy way to stop them in the first place. Like, can't we just cut off the power in like wherever they are? and stop them? Like, wouldn't that be an easier way to keep them from being able to thrive?
Don't know. Maybe if they'd stop hanging people from the towers, wouldn't be a problem.
Guys, this is messing up all the power lines here.
I mean, come on. The Taliban won't pay Afghanistan's electricity bills. Are blackouts ahead? Gee, imagine that. A bunch of nutballs like the Taliban in charge and a country plunged into darkness. What could go wrong there? See, that's why they need to figure out this whole, this Facebook whistleblower was testifying in front of Congress. And she's talking about, Mark Zuckerberg is not accountable to anyone. And so whatever he wants to do is what the company does. And the company will always prioritize profits over people, right? Well, that's what any business is going to do. Except I don't even know why it's an issue that they're not breaking these tech companies up. Because Facebook, if we learned anything from this massive blackout yesterday, for a lot of people, they were like, oh, ha, 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 whatever. But Facebook surpassed entertainment years ago. So by virtue of its size and its reach, it's like a utility. Plenty of people have said this. It needs to be regulated like a utility, like power or water or cell carriers or the post office.
Think so.
It is.
It's not a utility.
It is. There are people who communicate via WhatsApp, Facebook.
That is their problem.
It's not their problem. There are places where that is their primary source of communication. It's a utility.
Facebook. Internet is not. Internet itself is not a necessity.
Internet is absolutely a necessity. What are you talking about? It's not 1992.
But I'm saying
internet is you cannot live without internet.
Okay.
Nobody's walking up to a store anymore and filling out a paper application. So many job openings, and that's just one aspect of it. So many job openings are online.
I understand that, but then when you go to now these websites are a utility, that's a stretch.
I'm not talking about websites. I'm talking about a company with the size and reach of Facebook, where you don't think it's an issue that when two websites go down, everybody flips the F out. They're not just flipping out because they can't check pictures of their sandwiches. It's because a lot of people, when that many people rely on just one or two tech companies, that's a big problem.
But I don't understand how that's Facebook's fault that people like their product. You don't have to use it.
It goes beyond liking their product.
Right.
It's when people are dependent on their product.
It's when people have their business. Their marketplace is Facebook and Instagram.
Well, that's the same thing with OnlyFans. People were pissed when they stopped doing nudes because...
That's different. That's content issue. Huge parts of the world rely on Facebook and WhatsApp. They're unregulated by governments. People are sending messages, making calls. That goes beyond entertainment. We are all using Facebook, and I use entertainment in the loosest possible sense. But there are a lot of people who just use it for entertainment purposes or to dick around. But there are huge parts of the world where it is used to communicate with people. So we're way past the point of saying Facebook's just this company that blah, blah. It's huge. And when a couple of big websites can go down and it literally shuts down communication for a lot of people, that's a huge problem. You can't have that. So the internet isn't just another way to watch TV anymore or check kiddie videos on YouTube. It's a big deal. So when these huge tech sites crash, it's usually for an hour maybe. That was a long time yesterday.
Yeah, it was out for 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
They said that one of their guys just came through and reset a server. I'm like, you can literally control the internet with a switch. All right, did you try blowing in it? Did you try rebooting it? Yes. All right, we'll reboot it again, see if it works. Hey, it's working. All right. You got 230 million people hey, it worked. Good job. That's weird that just a plug could be not tight enough and then it makes an outage. But again, I don't think it's fair to say that Facebook is a necessity. No website is a necessity.
I'm not talking about necessity. I'm talking about if you have companies that are too big to fail and they are unregulated by the government. There's nothing, this woman said, Mark Zuckerberg is unaccountable to anyone. It's his platform or whatever. There shouldn't be one guy running a platform that big. There shouldn't be any kind of tech platform that has that size and that reach that is unanswerable to anyone. Because you're talking about communication and internet systems. You're not just talking about people posting pictures of their grandkids. So you have people that use it for that. That's more of a first world inconvenience.
Okay.
But around the world, you've got governments that censor the internet or they block what people can see. I'm sure part of that happens here. And Zuckerberg goes, you know what? I'm going to let all this misinformation go through. Because like we were talking about yesterday, pump it up because the angrier people are, the more they use it and the more money we make.
And the more they're on Facebook.
People were laughing because they were like, Mark Zuckerberg lost $8 billion on paper because of the outage. But Facebook makes about $300 million a day. So I'm not sure why he would lose that much from a stock drop. I don't get the math on that.
I think it's just a
but
speculation thing where people go, and then it jumps right back up.
Yeah, I guess so.
Stock stuff. It's how money works. Duh.
But I mean, obviously,
he gets on my nerves.
And I know.
I was just talking business, man.
I understand. He was telling me how to increase my stock yesterday.
Who, Bill was?
Mm-hmm.
How do you increase your stock?
I had to download another app and download another thing, and I don't remember what it was. Bill's the money guy. He handles all of my accounts.
Oh, he's your accountant.
And he is very deep in the red.
Because of Bill is my accountant.
Yeah.
Poundcake is not liquid at all.
No.
Nope.
I'm so
but
tight.
He will be if he just keeps start giving me cash and I'll take care of it.
He is
I'll
financially dehydrated.
I'll let you know when when you're rich, okay? Sounds good? Sounds good. You're on Venmo. Just Venmo me like $600 right now. And then tomorrow I'll show you where I put it and you'll be real happy.
Okay.
I mean, we can't keep pretending like it's 1992. I mean, these tech companies, they are being used by people like utilities. And you go, yes, they're private companies, and that's understood. But so is the phone company, and so is this company, and it's so.
All right, but
there
if
are
they go
aspects
that
of it. They're private, but if people are using them as utilities in times of peril or when things, that's why we have an emergency broadcast system in this country. That's why we run EAS tests. Yes, there's a private company, but we still have, there's the public duty and there's regulations. And so for a company as globally huge as Facebook to be completely devoid of that boggles the mind. I don't even know why it's a conversation.
Yeah. I'm torn on this issue because if you regulate it as a public, I don't even know where to. It's not good. That's all I got.
What's not good?
Both of it, all of it.
All of it's not good.
Not
there
good.
You go. All right. Well,
I don't know what I'm talking about here.
There needs to be competition.
But what I'm saying is there is none.
Assbook?
There is none, though, right? And there's not going to be. Anything that Facebook didn't develop WhatsApp. They saw an independent app coming up and they bought it. Same thing they did with it, So they're not like developing competing systems. They just find a company that does something that they want to do, and they go, "Oh, we'll just buy that. We'll just buy it." And now that's one more element under our umbrella.
That's what we need to do: is develop an app that Facebook buys from us, then coast.
Coast. Mm-hmm. Oh, all done. I mean, everybody seems to love checks and balances, except in tech companies. And so that just seems very, very strange to me. And so I think that outage yesterday puts that into really clear focus for a lot of people. They're like, we can't, if this were to happen on a regular basis, that cuts a legitimate line of communication from a lot of people.
But
it's not like Facebook cares. They're like, let's get it back up so we can start telling people how angry they should be again.
But what does regulating it do in that situation? Like, what's going to happen if you like? Would it have prevented what happened yesterday?
Well, it would have. It wouldn't. It would have. I assume it would have left another organization other than just Facebook to its own devices. I mean, again, We regulated the phone. We broke up the phone companies back in the day because there was a monopoly on communication. That's what that was. There was Ma Bell and there was a Baby Bells, you know? They deregulated radio, which, you know, has its own issues, but it's still it's still regulated by the FCC, you know? Or train companies or other forms of transportation, because you had one or two companies that were responsible. You know, we used to care about monopolies in this country, but when it comes to huge tech companies like YouTube or like Google or like Facebook,
YouTube
all
and
of a
Google,
sudden,
same company.
Well, there you go. But everything's hands off all of a sudden, and I don't understand that.
Because they employ a lot of people, and we can't.
Everybody employs a lot of people. That doesn't matter.
I don't.
You don't employ a lot of people?
Nope.
Ooh, wait till you get in that studio, boy.
Can't wait.
Hey, I got a break. If you want to get a text in 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
007.
35192 on a text. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. Thank you again to Pablort Fanta Bandanda for helping out earlier today in the video department. I see big things ahead for him or her. And
him.
I'm sorry?
Him.
All right. And so thanks. We'll get the Poundcake sports break tomorrow. Have you been zeroing in on that, or are you waiting for the kind of thing to take some shape?
Oh, well, I'll look at some stories tonight, so I don't have it formed yet.
Mhm.
But I'm going to report on the story that we talked about earlier today with the WNBA. These lovely ladies.
There you go. With Kennedy Carter. CH, right? Kennedy?
Yes, Kennedy.
Yep. Well, chlamydia, we were talking about that before, too. That starts with the CH. It's not chlamydia, as I understand it.
But that's CHL, right?
Yeah.
Chlamydia. How do you spell, what's the word?
Chlamydia?
Feral.
Oh,
Poundcake.
he knows how to spell feral now. We're talking about feral hogs attacking Shakira earlier.
Faurol.
Fauro. It's like he goes out of his way. And somebody texted me, we were talking about this earlier. Somebody texted me or wrote me or something and said, lay off Poundcake. Spelling is just memorization. I'm like, he has a college degree in English. Minor. Yes, a very minor degree is what he has.
Listen, I think it's spelling
very,
too,
very
so.
minor. What's your major? Communications?
Mass media communication.
Mass media, whatever the hell that means.
So it's a big major. It's
right,
mass.
there you go. Okay,
I'm not going
yep. He's got a mass on his brain that apparently
Oh.
is affecting how he can spell.
Oh my God.
Listen, I don't mind telling you. No, listen, there's some truth to that. There are very smart people who are terrible, terrible spellers.
You better sing. You better say that.
It's true.
I know.
You're not one of those people.
Well, damn.
You're a bad Do you consider yourself a very smart person? I'm not saying you're dumb by any means. I think you're pretty sharp. Do you consider yourself a very smart person?
Very intelligent? No. But am I smart? Yes.
That's what
I'm
people
witty.
who aren't that bright say.
I'm witty.
What's the distinction there? That's like somebody going, I'm not religious, I'm just spiritual.
I say that too.
It's a dodge. Right, exactly.
I've said this right here on
Also,
this show.
something that dumb people say.
No,
well,
shut up.
people like to dodge.
Religious falls into
I'm libertarian. Yeah, because you have the balls to say you're a full-on Republican. It's for people who can't make up their mind and go full-on right.
Oh my gosh, I'm a libertarian too. Y'all.
So you're checking all the boxes for me.
I'm
here.
not. I'm not a closeted Republican.
You were a Trump guy.
Trump is not a Republican. He is a prophet.
Savior.
Oh, I'm a savior. He's God. Yeah. Well, he's off the 400 richest people list, so.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Republicans are a bunch of elephants. Trump is like Godzilla. Trump is like a big gorilla. Like, okay.
He's put on a couple pounds. That part is true.
Okay.
But again, do you think that you're a very intelligent person? Do you think that you're very smart?
Yes.
Okay. But you're just not a good speller.
Yes.
Okay. And to what do you attribute that? Because these aren't crazy words that are being thrown out here.
I never had to spell feral.
You never had to spell feral. Feral cats, feral hogs.
Never had to spell
ferocious. Nothing.
Never had to spell feral. It never was in my vernacular.
So there are, just based on the words you've misspelled these many years, that would, by that logic, that would imply that there are a lot of words you never had to use.
Correct. Yep. That's why you get a word like Warbury, and I'm like, oh, I'm cultured.
Well, but that was given to you, though. That was someone else.
A lot of the words I get were given to me because they were used. A lot of the words that we say on this show, I'm hearing for the first time.
Understood. But it also implies that there are no follow-up questions asked on your part either.
Correct.
Now, when it comes to words, he's got follow-up questions when it comes to the things that he's actually curious about.
But there's also no retention either, because we've asked you 3 times on this show to spell feral today, and you haven't gotten it yet.
Farol.
Oh, boy. I'm just genuinely curious how your brain works, and I will never stop being curious about how your brain works. That's all.
Me neither. I'm still curious how my brain works. My brain surprises me. It's like, you didn't know I had that, did you? I'm like, damn, bitch, no, I didn't. He's like, see, I got you. Everybody think you dumb. You ain't dumb. I just be asleep sometimes.
No. Nobody thinks you're dumb. Even listeners that give you a hard time. That's a low-hanging fruit for them, but I don't think anybody thinks you're... What?
Low-hanging fruit.
You know what I mean. It's easy to
He
call
thinks
somebody...
you're attacking his balls.
It's easy to call somebody dumb. No, I don't think anybody who knows you would call you dumb. I don't think you wouldn't be here if I thought you were dumb. I don't need dumb people around me.
But there are some things where I really will be... You guys can say it. You guys can say it a bunch of times on a show, and in the moment, I will hear it. I will hear it, and I'm like, I hear what they're saying. And just with the segments go... It leaves my brain because I'm on the spot, and you guys will be like, spell it or say the name that we were talking about before. They do these exercises with people who have dementia. Like, they'll ask you.
Are you saying that you have dementia?
No, I'm saying when I'm on the spot, my brain is racing because we're talking about the segment right now. You guys joke about me not listening to the show. I'm like.
No, we just point out that you don't listen to the show. It's not a joke anymore.
It's not a joke, no. Nope, it started as a joke. He doesn't listen. But you've repeatedly shown...
Yeah, when you walk in today and go, is Mary going to be out all week?
I remember she went for her road trip. Like, I don't know.
By the way, that's not even like not paying attention to the show. That's not paying attention to group texts, emails.
Well, I didn't have access to my email.
I didn't have access to my emails.
You got to get your emails on your phone, man. I don't know how you do this job and try to take it professionally if you don't have your work emails for what you want to do for a living coming to your phone.
You do everything else on your phone, but you don't have work emails coming to your phone? You have to wait to get to work to get an email?
I have it on my laptop at home, and that's why I always look like when I'm doing my podcast or whatever.
It's not hard to send email to your phone.
Super easy.
Well, I have like 3 different emails. I have like my Yahoo email, my Gmail, and then my...
guess what? Your iPhone can handle it.
I know.
I have 4 emails on my phone. It's not that big of a deal.
Why do you guys all have so many emails?
I have like 5 emails.
Why?
I have 3.
Simplify your life, son. I have 2.
Because I started out with my Yahoo one. That was like my original OG email.
Yes, we all started out with an original email, and then we deleted it.
I have a lot linked to that email, so I never deleted it.
You don't have a lot linked to your AOL email.
My Yahoo. Yes, I do.
Yahoo. Why don't you relink it to... I'm just saying, simplify your life.
I know. Yeah, I could.
I have my work email, and then I have my personal email, and then I have the Apple one that they just give to you. So
right, but I never use that.
I use it for my Netflix account, and that's all.
Wow. It just seems overcomplicating for no reason.
Well, something happened with... Someone hacked my Netflix a long time ago, and so they wouldn't accept my my personal email anymore.
Really?
So I had to use a new, so I used that one.
I think Gwen and I just found out that we were both paying for Disney Plus. I'm like, how many subscriptions are we going to turn out we're both paying for? Because we both got the email. It's going to renew soon. We're like, are we both paying for this? They're making good money off our house.
Yeah,
Disney Plus.
You got to have all those subscriptions straight.
Is Disney Plus worth it?
I like it a lot.
I like it a lot.
I mean, I got a 5-year-old, so it's invaluable. But it's got Marvel and Star Wars.
Yeah,
and it's great.
It's got all the kids' movies that you like.
Yeah, it does.
Like all the 90s or like late
Hawkeye
90s.
Pokeye is on there.
Early 2000s Disney Channel movies are all on there.
Yeah, I might have to get that. Because I had it when I was living with the boys, but...
The Josh Peck, Turner and Hooch reboot is on there, if you care about that.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, do you remember a movie called Turner and Hooch with Tom Hanks?
No.
Okay. Well, you know who Josh Peck is?
Yeah, from Jake and Josh.
Yeah. They reboot. Tom Hanks did a movie about he was a cop and there was a slobbery dog. Tom Hanks with Turner. The dog was Hooch. And boy, did they get into a couple of sticky wickets. And they rebooted it with Josh Peck.
That dog drove him crazy.
Crazy.
Turns out that dog was the best partner he could have.
I mean, who rescued who?
Right.
And so, yeah. Turner and Hooch, 1989. Detective Scott Turner is an uptight, by-the-book police officer who hopes to leave his sleepy California town and work in the big city.
Do you think that's the reason that there's so many bad police officers? Because uptight officers are portrayed so poorly on TV shows and movies?
I mean, you mean Fast and Loose cops are glorified in Lethal Weapon, and he's not a by-the-book cop. Yeah, they're portrayed as uptight. Guys who follow the rules, they're no fun.
Hey, I don't need my cops to be having fun.
I don't either.
Like my cops
Protect
do.
and serve.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
John McClane,
literally.
Yeah, I'll have a beer with him, but I don't know if I actually want him to be the cop taking care of the situation in real life.
There you go. Yep. Don't need to see your Oath Keeper's card. None of that. 2 boxes to check. Protect, serve. Thank you. When Tom Hanks's friend, who runs a junkyard, is killed, oh boy, he inherits the guard dog. And that's hooch. He's a big old sloppy. Now,
and he's actually a witness to the murder, so he helps solve the crime. Yeah, because he knows who did it.
How does he extract that info? I haven't seen this movie in a billion years.
I can't remember. I feel like he, smell. He smells the bad guys.
I smell the killer. All right.
He knows him when he sees him.
Now let me ask you this.
I think he gets shot at the end of the movie. He doesn't die, but I think, spoiler alert for this 30-year-old movie, he gets shot. Hooch does, not Turner.
Well, it was a huge movie.
Yeah.
It was just to give you some context here for how expensive movies have become. They paid $1 million for the screenplay, which was at the time the highest amount that the studio had ever paid for a script, was $1 million. Now that's like walking around money for studios, but it made $75 million.
And they probably shot it for like 10.
13, yep.
13, there you go.
It's a nice tight 99 minutes. Let me ask you this. Do you know Hooch's real name?
Is it Poblort Bandana Band?
The dog's real name was Poblort Fanta Bandanda. And they had a real hard time fitting the engraving on the collar.
No, you have to do a couple lines.
Beasley the dog.
Oh, Beasley.
Beasley. Now I bet that dog is dead.
Fanta Bandana.
Yep. He was a French Mastiff, and he had a stunt double, and they had to create a replica of the dog for the death scene. Beasley died a couple years later. Died in 1992. He's been dead for a long time.
Year I was born.
He was age 14. So Beasley died before Poundcake was even born. Completely missing each other on the Rainbow Bridge there.
Is there a
if you're into that
chance
kind of thing
that Beasley was reincarnated as Poundcake?
That is a very, very good question. Poundcake has been... listen, we've all had our theories about what animal he might be reincarnated as. We've suspected that perhaps he was reincarnated as a cow.
Well, he's reincarnated as a Poundcake. Yeah. But we don't know what he was in his...
Oh, from the dog.
From that previous life. Because you can be in different bodies, different existences. We've never heard him bark.
Bah!
He's got like a DMX vibe there. That's not bad.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was. That's his executive Poundcake coming out. You know, when he uses his real voice, I've told people, if you're new to the show, I tweak Poundcake's voice up here on the show because I think it's funnier on his mic, but his real voice is much deeper.
The key is to try and play it cool, but sometimes you don't even have that option because they have these things called non-disclosure agreements.
Right. That's his real voice. Well, I'm impressed. That's a good dog.
That was a great bark.
Why do you sound so skeptical?
I'm not. That was my growl.
Oh, not your cough?
Sorry.
It's him on his podcast, the Poundcake podcast.
I was sitting up when I coughed, so. Sorry. Mm-hmm. At least I apologize. Right? Hold on. I had to finish my gummy worm.
Yeah. At least I apologize. Yes, we're trying to live in a society here. Why wouldn't you apologize? Coughing directly into people's ears when they're listening to you. How you like that?
He didn't even turn away from the mic. He just
I want you to feel like my droplets are going right in your ear.
Ooh, it feels so good. Y'all wanted all these HD sounds. Sorry.
It feels so good. It might be my favorite one.
Ooh, it feels so good. What was that in reference to?
You tell me.
I don't remember.
It's your voice.
Ooh, it feels so good.
I don't know. Poundcake Unleashed.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
The New York City Police Union is getting raided, according to Twitter.
Rated?
Raided.
Raided.
Raided by the FBI.
Not rated on Yelp?
Yeah, I think they probably have been raided by Yelp. Probably not super
One
great.
star.
Yeah.
New York City Police Union headquarters raided by the FBI. Oh, boy.
I wonder what that's all about.
Well, the union head was like a real shady dude, right? So they're probably just looking into that one guy.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Someone had sent that to me, and it's seems like it's going to be a pretty big story.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think they also raided the home of the guy who heads the police union. 13,000 members in that union.
What's the what's the investigation about? Like, what's he accused of? Do we know?
They are not saying that.
Okay.
Yeah. It's part of it. They always say, part of it, we don't comment on ongoing investigations. So they don't want to show their hand.
It's like they don't even care about our job.
Which is telling people.
Yeah, telling people and
why.
We want to know, and then speculating wildly.
In New York City.
Yeah.
New York City! Right. Yeah, so, that's going on there.
That's interesting.
Oh, very exciting.
We'll see how that all shakes out.
Very exciting. You know what else is exciting? It's not just Squid Game that South Korea is exporting around the world. It's also something called semen terrorism, which over here,
I'm listening.
I think we just call it supermanning that hoe, don't we? Isn't that when you fire one off and
stick the bed sheets on her back?
Yeah, in Korea it's called semen terrorism. This is this trend. They want to criminalize it in a lot of places, and they probably should. It's considered a form of assault when someone is
finishing on someone's back?
Finishing on someone without her consent.
Oh, without her consent.
Well, of course, it's all about consent.
Well, yeah, I feel like
they just made stealthing illegal in California. That's when you don't tell them that you pulled the condom off. And so if you're going to be stealthing, well, you might be supermanning as well. But this apparently is many parts of Korea and Japan, very repressed. And so Korea, they have a whole problem here with what they're calling semen terrorism. And it's not just on them. The guy in Korea has got to pay the equivalent of a $3 million fine because he was doing it in a girl's coffee. That happens here too, right?
Yeah,
when it's in the coffee,
yeah, that's pretty.
You're
disgusting.
like, I thought I ordered black.
See, that sounds a lot different than like you're hooking up with the girl and then you're pulling out in like that's assault.
Yes,
that's not just like ending the night in a particular way.
Mm-hmm.
That's
no. If she says go for it, you go for it. Again,
but I mean,
it's not my thing. But some people are way into that. Another instance involved
the coffee thing or the on the back thing.
On the thing, yeah, on the gal,
yeah,
on the gal.
Yeah, I always want to know. Like, you just ask her where do you want it?
A guy in Korea,
and if they say in a tissue, you got it. I don't care.
Another guy in Korea, got it all over a woman's shoes. Without her consent, and he was only fined for property damage.
So this is, again, like people being disgusting in public.
Yeah, because they get rejected by somebody at work or whatever, another guy.
These are like perverted people going up and like cranking one out. Gross.
Yeah, another guy there at work, dozens of times, they say, he was inserting his fluids into a woman's coffee. Along with spit and laxatives. These guys, guys in general do not take rejection well. The stereotype's always women are crying over breakups. Yeah. Boy, guys, you got to figure this out. You got to get your arms around this whole snowflake thing. Guys do not handle rejection well at all. Because it's not like these stories are out of Korea, but we've talked about these over here all the time. Everywhere. Yeah. A teaching assistant at a Korean university woke up to find splotches of semen on her bedspread. And security cameras caught a student at her school sneaking into her room.
What is wrong with people?
Guys.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, guys are gross. They need to get their hands around this.
While she was asleep?
I guess so. Well, you ain't going to do when she's awake. Ruins the surprise, Poundcake. I've got to take a break. You want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. Cavs basketball is back tonight. They're in Chicago to play the Bulls at 8 o'clock here on MMS.
100.7 WMMS.
Okay. We got to go. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today. Appreciate ya. Do it again tomorrow. What do you have coming up, William?
New episode of the Bill Squire Show is available now, and there'll be a new episode on Thursday night. You can check that out on the iHeartRadio app. It's on YouTube. If you could throw me a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts, that helps. Subscribe on YouTube, all these different things. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Poundcake?
I'm at Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. A new Poundcake Sports Break tomorrow. And Poundcake, the biggest 50th episode ever.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Oh, 50 is on Thursday.
50 is on Thursday.
Oh, boy. All right. Good. It's going to be a cavalcade of whatevers. Okay, good. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Anything you missed? You can listen to the show anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The Week in Cox is also now available for you in podcast form if you're not up ungodly early on a Sunday to hear 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. And if you want to watch the show, you can. We archive the live stream at The Alan Cox Show on YouTube. And you can drop a message anytime on the After Hours line, 216-986-8903. Anybody near or far who needs Alan Cox Show stickers, by the way, just shoot me an email. And that's it. I think a little bit of Rachel Elliott next after 6:30, and then Cavs basketball tonight. Preseason's underway. They're in Chicago to play the Bulls at 8 o'clock here on the Buzzard. So that's